customer comment.
How to tell people in your group.
We'll call the meeting to order at 5:01. Will the clerk give us a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Here.
Sorry, Councilmember Griffiths,
Oh, here.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Here.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to close session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed in 14A, Conflict with Labor Negotiator. A closed session on this matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957.6. Thank you. Thank you. We'll resume the council meeting. It's now 6:49. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chamber, along with everyone watching remotely to tonight's city council meeting. We encourage the public to continue to stay civically involved by participating in the bi-monthly meetings. We ask that you treat one another with respect despite having a difference in opinion. This is where we are truly able to practice the principles of democracy. As we head into the holiday season, I'd like to extend my heartfelt season's greetings to all of our community members near and far. We had the pleasure of hosting delegates from Hwaseong, Korea, in the hopes of forming a Friendship City partnership in the future. 3 delegates traveled nearly 13 and a half hours by plane to tour the city and spend the day with us. We gave them a taste of the wide Torrance experience. They saw firsthand all wonderful benefits of living, working, and doing business in Torrance. No matter where we took them, they were greeted with a warmth that Torrance is known for. We look forward to the second group of city leaders from Hwaseong who will visit us in January 2023. Speaking of diversity, I had the pleasure, along with Councilwoman Kalani, of attending the Western Museum of Flight's Women in Aerospace exhibit, which kicked off this past weekend. The walk-in exhibit highlights extraordinary women in this field, giving young girls a glimpse of a career in this fascinating aeronautical field. I encourage the community to stop by for a visit during operating hours. The Western Museum of Flight is truly one of the many gyms we are fortunate to have in our city. As we move into the agenda again, thank you to everyone for joining us tonight in person or viewing on our website, Facebook, YouTube, or City Cable. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of council meeting you wish to comment. Thank you to those of you who met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the 2 p.m. deadline will still be added to public record. For all of you in attendance this evening, in just a few minutes, we will accept oral communications or public comments on items not on the agenda and consent items. Speaker cards are accepted before the start of the meeting and are entered into the speaker list. Those submitted after the meeting are not. You will still be able to speak once the list has been exhausted. You have up to 1 minute per speaker for a period up to 15 minutes. The public may comment on administrative matters as they are considered, allowing up to 1 minute per speaker. Comments on public hearings allow up to 2 minutes per speaker. The speaker clock starts as soon as you step to the microphone. Time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity. We request that speakers keep their remarks brief and limited to the topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we will have up to another 15 minutes for oral communications number 2, which will also allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Remember, you can only participate in oral communications once during this meeting. I am delighted to welcome the Torrance Civic Chorale to our City Council meeting tonight to continue the tradition of kicking off the holidays with a live performance. The chorale has provided the South Bay with exceptional music, instruction, and cultural enhancement since 1961. The group consists of more than 90 singers that auditioned to join the chorale. These singers represent professions in aerospace, banking and investment, education, military, medical, government, parents, retirees, and students. I think that's everybody. The chorale has a concert on Friday, December 16th at 8 p.m. in the James R. Armstrong Theater that I highly encourage everyone to attend. The concert is titled A Holiday Celebration. It will feature holiday music from around the world, complete with a rollicking sing-along of seasonal favorites. At this time, I would like to invite the Torrance Civic Chorale, their longtime accompanist, Diana Brownson, and their artistic director, Dr. Edward Trimus, to join us at the front of the council chambers for a preview of their concert.
Okay, as we're getting set up, I have a couple of words. First of all, I want to thank Mayor Chen and the City Council for inviting us, not only for inviting us to sing, but for supporting this group. I think when I talk to people about what's going on in Torrance, it is clear that the arts are important here and the arts are supported. And the choir, this is only part of the choir, but this is such a great example of that. When I talk to my friends and family about the work I do with a civic chorale, a city choir, there's not a lot of these animals around. And the point that we have a Torrance group funded by the city to support this choir, it's great. And we have such a nice mix of people. I hope you will all be able to join us for our concert on the 16th. It's at 8 o'clock. You can go to torrancecivicchorale.net for more information, and that would be fantastic. We'd love to see you. We're gonna do just 2 songs. The first one is called The Christmas Dream. It's actually written by myself and my wife, Moira Tremis, wrote the lyrics. And then that's going to be followed with Peace, Peace, and Silent Night. Hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Ding dong, ding dong, ding 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 dong, shining so bright. Who do you know is coming Christmas Eve, bringing gifts for us all. On Christmas night to bring lots of love. Ding 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 dong, ding 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 dong. Ding 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 dong, ding 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 dong. Hear the melody, ding ding ding. Look at the glowing hearts around, warming up all our homes. Happiness singing through the night. Catch all you can. Hold on to the love. Hold on to the Christmas. Sing a song at Christmas time. Hold on to the dream.
Thank you.
Peace, peace, peace on earth and
Thank you.
Thank you, Torrance Civic Corral. I'd like to say, welcome back. Once again, thank you, Torrance Civic Corral. Next will be the flag salute and the invocation. The flag salute would be Councilman Shake, and followed by the invocation by Councilman Griffiths.
Please put your right hand on your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. With the holiday season, with the holidays, try it one more time. With the holiday season now upon us, we all seem to be in that much more of a hurry. Make the holidays more meaningful and enjoyable by slowing down and remembering what the season is all about. Whatever your faith, it is a time for family and friends. Take a moment to make someone smile or do a random act of kindness. If everyone took a moment to give, imagine how much nicer our world would be. Support your local charities at this time of year. Make a commitment to try to do something positive this holiday season. It will make someone else feel better, and you will feel better too. And give us the wisdom to be good leaders in our community, to understand the issues in front of us tonight, and the ability to make decisions that best serve our community. May all of our holiday wishes come true. Amen.
Thank you both. Now we'll go on to item 3. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second.
Sorry, the motion didn't go through initially on the computer. Could you move again, please? Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 4, announcements of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 20, City Manager. We have supplemental materials available on the city website for item 7, oral communications. Item 8B from City Manager to adopt categorical exemption under California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA Section 15301, and approve consent to alteration of proposed work to comply with incorporated lease provisions at 25341 Crenshaw Boulevard. 9F, police appropriate funds and approve contract service agreement for body-worn and in-car cameras. 10A, Public Works, conduct hearing, adopt resolution approving a proposed series of annual increases for wastewater, sewer, discharge rates over a 5-year period of 2023 through 2027, and improve effective date for rate increases. And lastly, 10B, Community Development, conduct hearing on land use study regarding proposed amendments to the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to regulations of accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and junior accessory dwelling units, JADUs. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 5, council committee meetings and announcement. I will start off. I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Frank Robinson, who passed away on November 12, 2022, at the age of 92. Born in Carbonado, Washington in 1930, Frank's fascination with helicopters began in 1939 when he was 9 years old after seeing a picture of Igor Sikorsky hovering his VS-300 helicopter. This moment captivated Robinson and set the course for one of the most recognizable names in the helicopter industry. Robinson would go on to earn his Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering from University of Washington, and he later attended Aeronautical Engineering School at the University of Wichita. Frank began his career in the late 50s with Cessna Aircraft Company and moved through many more leading aerospace companies, including Bell and Hughes. In 1973, at the age of 43, after being unable to convince his employers of his concept for a simple, small, and low-cost personal helicopter, Robinson resigned and founded Robinson Helicopter Company at his home in Palos Verdes, California. It would only take 6 years for Robinson to defy his critics and gain FAA certification for his 2-seat piston-powered R-22 helicopter built in a hangar at Torrance Airport. Robinson Helicopter Company would deliver its first production R-22 in October 1979, and by 1989, the R-22 had gained a foothold in the helicopter industry. This opened a previously untapped market for private helicopter ownership, making it the most popular civilian helicopter worldwide. Following the success of the R-22, Robinson would introduce the four-seat piston-powered R-44, which was an instant success. The R-44 propelled Robinson and the company to the top of the helicopter industry. In 2010, Robinson's passion and relentless determination for helicopters led him to expand his line of industry, defining designs with the 5-seat turbine-powered R-66. All 3 of his designs have become known for their simplicity, reliability, and distinct profile that can be spotted easily and frequently across the globe. Robinson retired in 2010 at the age of 80. During his long and influential journey, Robinson earned the respect of both colleagues and competitors for his vision and passion. Robinson redefined the helicopter industry and changed general aviation forever. Across his many years of ingenuity, Robinson was recognized with numerous prestigious awards and honors, most notably the Igor Sikorsky International Trophy, in the name of the man who inspired it all. Robinson is survived by 6 children: Jamie, Kurt, Terry, Lincoln, Mark, and Cindy, 9 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. His son, Kurt Robinson, took the helm in 2010 at Robinson Helicopter Company. Currently, the company occupies more than 600,000 square feet of space along Torrance's Zamperini Field, employs over 1,000 people, and has sold more than 13,000 helicopters worldwide. Our deepest sympathy goes out to the Robinson family, friends, and colleagues of the Robinson Helicopter Company. Services will be private. If anyone would like to make a donation on behalf of Frank Robinson, you may visit Vertical Flight Society website, vtol.org, and under Education, select Scholarship. This is a long-time worthy organization that promotes engineering, understanding, and education in vertical flight. Now I'd like to call our city manager, Aram Shaparun, to introduce the next item.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could please join Chief Tomei at the podium, I will proceed with my comments. Thank you, Mayor and Chief Tomei. Mayor and honorable council members, it is my pleasure to share with you Chief Tomei's extensive background and experience in fire service spanning nearly 35 years with the city of Torrance. And as a 2-year city manager, this will be now my 7th appointment of a department head, probably putting a record on the books. It is with great pleasure and honor, Your Honor and Council, that I announce the appointment of David Dumais officially, as the chief of Torrance Fire Department. Chief Tomei was selected from an internal pool of very qualified candidates who participated in a radar panel interview, followed by an extensive visioning and interview process with myself, our Assistant City Manager, Danny Santana, and our Deputy City Manager, Viet Hong. As you know, Chief Tomei has been serving as interim chief since July 3rd, 2022, upon the retirement of Chief Martin Cerna. The support and assistance that Chief Tomei provided during the transition period has demonstrated his reliability and commitment to service. And Chief, I thank you for that. Chief Tomei grew up in Torrance and is a graduate of Torrance High School. Now we have 2 Tartars leading Torrance Public Safety. And I believe we have a General Service Director as well. So those keeping track, Torrance High School is in the lead. He received his Bachelor of Arts degree from Cal State University Dominguez Hills in Physical Education Biology and an Associate of Science degree from El Camino College in Fire Service. Chief Tomei was hired by the Torrance Fire Department in 1987 and has served as firefighter, fire investigator, firefighter paramedic, fire engineer, fire captain, you name it, he served it, including battalion chief in 2003, and as a platoon commander and program director for the Hazardous Materials Emergency Response and Specialized Emergency Response Program. In 2006, he was promoted to deputy fire chief, and I've been working with Chief very closely in various negotiations over those years. And Chief, I appreciate all the guidance and support you have provided in my growth and development. In 2016, Chief Tomei was assigned as refinery safety coordinator, and Chief and I have spent many, many hours in Diamond Bar learning about all the MHF and HF details as the refinery transition from ExxonMobil to Torrance Refining Company. In 2019, Chief was assigned to the Community Risk Reduction Division and appointed as our fire marshal to oversee the fire life safety and hazardous materials administration programs, as well as provide management for the Office of Emergency Services. Chief Tomei has been a member of the city's Emergency Preparation Advisory Team, working in the area of emergency management, emergency operations center activation, secondary EOC development, exercise design and planning, hazard mitigation planning, and critical infrastructure identification. And in his spare time, he's been an adjunct fire technology instructor at El Camino Community College. Chief Tomei has been recently appointed to represent the California Fire Chiefs Association as a Certified Unified Program Agency, CUPA, Forum Board Representative for Southern California. During Chief Tomei's interim chief period, he has transitioned the duties and responsibilities of the Office of Emergency Services from the Fire Department to the City Manager's Office and has successfully provided direction for a new MOU with our Torrance Firefighters Association. Chief continues to be an integral part of our emergency operations team. I look forward to Chief's tenure as our fire chief and look forward to working with him to develop the next generation of TFT leadership while we continue to provide essential EMS and fire service to our community. Congratulations, Chief, and thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Aram. Chief Dumais, I've also had the pleasure of working extensively with you and your team since I was first elected to Torrance City Council back in 2018. We are thrilled to have you officially take the helm as a new fire chief for the city of Torrance. Now I'd like to invite a very special guest, Chief Dumais' mother, Gloria Dumais, a 57-year-old resident of Torrance, to come and place the pin and take a photo with the chief at the podium.
Okay. I practice, folks.
really, there you go. Yeah, good.
Got it?
I got it.
All right. Do you want to do your words first, or you want to take the picture first?
Let's take a picture.
Okay, let's bring,
Yeah, I'm
bring
here.
up the family.
I'm here.
Bring up the family. Bring the family.
Come on, yes, please.
We'll get to the rest of you soon.
There we go.
You have to even out the court a little bit. Yeah, maybe you have to leave on that side.
After you.
Chief. Since we're in the photo moment, let's finish the photos.
Okay, perfect, that's great.
Mayor and
I'm gonna ask,
council.
yeah, I'm gonna ask the council to come down. We'll take a photo with the chief, and we'll queue up, and then the fire department as a whole will come right after. They want to ask Chief Dumais to say a few words, so everyone's queued up.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, let's even out the court a little bit.
Go Torrance.
Yeah.
Domingo is too.
Yes, all right.
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are we all set?
I got to come down, so.
Even up the field.
Even it out.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Got it. All right, we're gonna invite the rest of your crew.
Sure.
Okay,
Come on up.
the rest of the firefighter crew? Yeah, we'll go back up. Okay, I'm done. I'm gonna go back.
Okay, yeah, good, good, good. Thank you. Yes, come on. Where do I go? Anyway, come on, Janice. You don't get to get out of this. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, Chisa. Where do I go? Get closer. I don't bite yet. Hard. Don't bite hard.
I'll hide behind you. God for you. Heaven help you.
Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Chief Dumais, would you like to share a few words?
Yes, sir, and thank you so much. Just got to do that. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Chaparian, executive team, and community. I'll hold it together. I'm truly honored and humbled to have the opportunity to serve the city of Torrance as your fire chief. Having been associated with Torrance for most of my life, I'm aware of the high expectations and trust that the community holds our public service agencies accountable to. Both fire department and the police department stand together to provide safety and security at the highest level possible with integrity and pride. I'm also grateful for this opportunity to serve in this new capacity, but also grateful for the support of the city councils, past and present, who have provided the fire department the means to perform our mission, to serve the community when expected and unexpected events come into our lives. As we look into 2023, the department will be presenting our strategic plan to your honorable body as a roadmap for which will guide us for the next 5 years. This plan incorporates department strategic plan initiatives which incorporate input from the community, which include rapid response, quality emergency medical services, community outreach, and preparedness training. I encourage the community to attend preparedness training courses and get involved, as a prepared community is a safe community. There are many people I wish to thank, but most of all, I want to thank my family for their love and support, as without them, none of this could have been happening. Some of my family are here: my wife, Cheryl, my mother, Gloria, my sister, Denise, my brother-in-law, Scott, my nephew, Kyle, and my daughters and granddaughters are streaming live with 21st century technology. Took a little while for them to understand why they couldn't just turn it on and see Grandpa, but they're all good now, so I appreciate that. In closing, I want to thank you, Mr. Chaparian, for this opportunity to serve, and look forward to the challenges that the department and I will face in the coming months and years. I am confident we will adapt to whatever comes our way and find Torrance solutions for issues that affect the city of Torrance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. I guess you're getting a bye tonight, right? We will continue. The next item, I will make the announcement. The City Council Federal Advocacy Committee will meet tomorrow, Wednesday, December 7th, 2022 at 12 noon to review priority projects from various city departments. The committee will discuss a potential advocacy trip to obtain funding support from Congress and state and Senate members for those projects. We invite the community to join us in the Leroy J. Jackson Council chambers tomorrow. That's right inside here. The committee's recommendation will be presented to the City Council at the December 20th City Council meeting. Thank you. Councilman Kaji, you have an announcement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening. The Finance and Governmental Operations Committee met earlier today to discuss the fiscal year 2022 through 2023 first quarter budget review report. As of September 30th, 2022, it is projected that the city will continue to improve its overall fund balance, with the general fund operating fund projected to increase by $16.6 million. While general fund revenues are positive, projections include an additional contribution of $10 million to the city self-insurance fund, which is necessary based on the current year's projection to balance year-end results. This contribution is made possible by the general fund generating savings from over 150 staff vacancies within the city as of the first quarter. Staff will continue to monitor broader economic factors, how they translate into the city's 10-year projection, and work diligently to recruit and retain employees to address the significant departure of employees during the last 2 years. The report will be brought to the City Council on December 20th, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Transportation Committee will meet on Wednesday, December 14, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. here in the Leroy Jackson Council chambers. The committee will consider an item for staff and discussion options for landing fees and reduction of airport operations at Torrance Municipal Airport, Zamperini Field. Staff will also provide a status update on the request for proposal, also known as the RFP, for landing fees for council action on November 8th, 2022. Members of the public are encouraged to attend and provide comment on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. CDD Director Michelle Ramirez.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. I'd like to announce that the Community Development Department will be hosting a virtual community meeting to discuss small cells in the right-of-way on Thursday, December 8th at 3:30 p.m. via Zoom. Staff will be available to take questions and provide information on regulations regarding small cell wireless facilities. This meeting is open to the public, and those interested in joining may do so by logging into zoom.us and inputting the following credentials: meeting ID 86254550932, passcode 320000. The public can also go to the city's calendar at torranceca.gov to find the direct link to this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On behalf of our sister city, I have a couple of repeat announcements to stress some of the important things that they're working on. The Torrance Sister City Association is looking for highly motivated Torrance residents who are high school sophomores through college freshmen, 19 years old and younger, to serve as cultural ambassadors to the Student Cultural Exchange Program at Kashiwa, Japan. Since 1974, Torrance Sister City has sponsored hundreds of students to represent the highest qualities of American youth in Kashiwa, our sister city, for 3 unforgettable weeks in July 2023. So if you're a high school student interested in traveling to Japan for 3 weeks on a cultural exchange, please reach out to the Torrance Sister City. Information and applications are available on the website, torrancesistercity.org. And then additionally, they're looking for someone to take care of all those students. An adult leader is needed to take these students to Kashiwa, Japan in July 2023. They'll be accompanying up to 8 high school students. They'll learn about the Student Cultural Exchange Program and Japanese culture, and they'll spend up to 3 weeks also in Japan with the students. They need to be at least 26 years of age, reside or work in Torrance, have a background working with youth in at least one of the following areas: education, counseling, behavioral sciences, or youth activities, or chaperone for school trips. Also, if you are interested in this important job, please go to the website torrancesistercity.org for details and application. And the last thing, the sister city is also looking to recruit a English teacher to work in Kashiwa for 1 year for the extremely generous salary of 4,800,000 yen. Where can you get a job that pays like that? Including airfare to Japan and 1 year in Japan as an English teacher in our sister city, Kashiwa, Japan. It's a fantastic opportunity for somebody who's interested in living and experiencing Japan for a year while teaching the Japanese students how to speak English. To apply, again, also please see the Sister City website at torrancesistercity.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question about that real quick, Mike?
Sure.
Mayor? Do you need teaching credentials for that job? So maybe,
I'll have to refer you to the website, torrancesistercity.org,
right.
in order to get the details on it. Are you interested?
as a question, because obviously, if those requirements are needed, then that kind of, the pool shrinks.
It pays
quite a
way more than a city council.
I know,
benefit.
4.8 million yen, man, that's good.
I highly recommend it.
I believe I know at least one person who taught for a year, and I believe you do not need a certified credential, but if you speak English well, you may qualify. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to seek City Council concurrence to direct staff to bring back an item reinstating the temporary outdoor dining program until such time that the council considers and takes action on a permanent program. Do have a concurrence.
I'm counting the thumbs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got 5 thumbs up. You got concurrence.
Thank you.
We're now moving on to item 6, community matters. Items under 6A through D will be adopted with one motion. Do we have anyone who want to make a motion?
So moved.
Mayor, we'd like number and title.
Yes.
Your Honor, these are resolution number 2022-122, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance honoring fire engineer Roberto Vabri upon his retirement from the city after 29 years of service. Resolution number 2022-123, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Fire Captain Michael G. Badin upon his retirement from the city after 28 years of service. Resolution number 2022-124, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring firefighter/paramedic Scott A. Arnold upon his retirement from the city after 27 years of service. And resolution number 2022-125, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Police Officer Rick Rudd upon his retirement from the city after 24 years of service.
Second.
I believe we have a motion and a second.
I apologize, the system did not capture the mover. Who moved? Start voting, please.
Okay, we're gonna be fast.
Your
on the
Honor, that
trigger.
motion carried unanimously.
All right, we are now moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off your cellular phone when you come to the podium or the microphone. If presenting a handout, please provide 10 copies to the city clerk. It's now 7:34. Go ahead.
Audrey G.
I never met Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, but I've heard so much about him. He was young, and I have come to know through the years many young people around his age who have grown and blossomed and shown their strengths and touched their communities and had so much impact on other people's lives. Who knows what Christopher DeAndre Mitchell would have accomplished if Officers Chavez and Concannon hadn't shot him dead after 15 seconds of encountering him. I just want to know if that ever breaks any of your hearts or even touches them a little. Do you ever think of him as a person? Do you ever remember that he would have possibly led an extraordinary life and that his family misses him desperately? So much so that his mother's too heartbroken to show up here anymore. And I want you to look. This
Thank
is
you,
the
ma'am.
face
Your
of
time is up.
racism and cowardice.
Can we get the next person, please?
Ola.
At the November City Council meeting on the 8th, by nixing the RSO, you shafted all the mobile home parks in Torrance. Then you threw Skyline to the wolves. We have now been offered a lease. It is of great benefit to Saunders and very little to the homeowners. You can sign up for 7 years, 1 year, less than a year, or month to month. However, on less than anything than a year, the base rate can be increased every 90 days. A good way to scare seniors and blackmail them into signing the lease. 4.1, utilities charged to owner and separately charged to homeowners can be changed to 4.2.2. The amount charged to the owner can be divided by the number of spaces and charged to homeowners. Those with air conditioning night and day and will have lower utility bills, and those with no air and who only heat minimally will have skyrocketing bills. Owner can discontinue or modify any service or facility by giving lawful notice to homeowners. That's the clubhouse, the pool, the laundry rooms, restrooms, etc.
Thank you, ma'am. Next person.
Don Osborne.
This is the lease for Skyline Mobile Home Park. I have a written opinion here from the Gizmo Corporate Counsel, Bruce Stanton. You have all been emailed this yesterday, but I want to read the concluding paragraph. This lease was drafted by the park owner's attorney to benefit the park owner in an apparent attempt to dissuade the city council from enacting more stringent protections for the homeowners. I see nothing that is illegal on its face, but the rent provisions are obviously one-sided in favor of the park owner. Better terms can be and should be required if homeowners are to be adequately protected. In my opinion, this is not a safe or effective alternative to an RSO. This lease will not solve the affordable housing issue, which has been brought to this city council. If you approve this, you've just done us in, and that would be something that you would have to feel some shame about.
Kathy Sutton.
And council, okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just sent you some handouts of our event that's coming up on Saturday. And I've been doing this for the last 11 years, being able to give toys to kids, you know, sometimes feed them lunch, but since the COVID has came in, we had to cut out the lunch. But this year, we're going to give toys to each child that shows up, and plus a turkey for the family just to have a dinner for Christmas. And the reason why I came here to basically see if I can get, some toys from the fire department or the police department, which collects toys every year for this particular event. And most of the kids that are coming to this event have special needs, or they're foster children or things of that nature. So that's it.
Thank you.
Anatoly Urshov.
Hello, everybody. I am living in Torrance for more than 20 years, and my problem is I would like what Torrance City was absolutely smoke-free city, because I'm experienced negative impact on my health in my apartment. I live in an apartment, and there is problem. But I found what in last year, August 5th, Environment Commission have had meeting about this situation, Torrance smoke-free multi-unit housing campaign. It was present very good presentation. Robert Kennedy Institute, professional, presented very good information, but I found minutes from this meeting, and I got it only one phrase: continue to gather information for this problem, and nothing more. It was 1 year ago. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's go on to the next item.
Sarah B.
Just wanted to remind everyone that 4 years ago was when Torrance police shot and killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. The same officers were then involved in a racist text messaging scandal that we found out about like 10 months ago. They talked about lying about people they'd killed. They also talked about lynching black folks and killing black children. And you still haven't done anything about it. And you've just given involved officers paid vacation for a year, which, you know, does not promote accountability in any way. And you're just hoping that Torrance will forget about it. You've spent $10 million in police lawsuits, but then you complain about your fiscal budget, and then you didn't even want to spend money to ask your residents if they wanted a police civilian oversight committee. Create an independent civilian oversight committee and fire the officers that killed Christopher.
Sheila B.
4 years. On Friday, it will be 4 years since Torrance PD murdered Christopher within 15 seconds. 4 Christmases for his family and friends without him. 4 New Year's, 4 of his birthdays, 1,460 days of tears, grief, and pain for each and every one of them. It has been 4 years of Black Lives Matter speaking truth to power about your racism, ineptitude, anti-Blackness, and complicity following the murder of a beloved son, nephew, cousin, and friend. Thousands of emails, thousands of phone calls here every single week, and you cowardly, complicit, racist bastards have done nothing. Shame on every single one of you. That includes those of you who are new to the city council. Shame on you. It has also been a year since it was known that the same cops who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell were involved in that messaging scandal. It was no mistake that that happened the day before his angelversary just 1 year ago. Spirit is powerful. Spirit will continue to.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Haunt you in your motherfucking dreams
Next speaker, please.
justice is served.
Camille L.
Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Sick bastard.
You are the worst city council ever. We demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. He was murdered 4 years ago. This is unacceptable. You are so cowardice. We demand an oversight civilian committee. You were told to do this. This is not going to go away. Really, you're just like, oh my God, here is the face of racism. You are the worst. Audrey's right. You're cowardice and you're racist. How can you sleep at night? His mother can't even be here. She is so upset. You're the worst people ever.
Sherry.
Echoing what many other speakers have said before, we're here for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family. We'll never get justice for him because justice would be him still being alive. Torrance continues to show how they feel about its vulnerable community members. You know, you don't care about your seniors anymore. You don't care about black people. I feel for the woman that came up and asked for toys because as soon as she mentioned that those kids were, you know, disabled kids or foster care kids, I know you immediately wrote it off because Torrance is survival of the fittest. That's clear. You have been told to form an oversight committee. Your officers have been busted in these text messaging scandals. You've seen their racism on display and you continue to do nothing about it. Sure, you can put your hand on your head, Matucci, but it doesn't change the facts. You show your racist self time after time, 4 years of this. Truthfully, I mean, how much more can people be expected to take? How much more can these
Thank you. Your time is up.
do better?
There are no more speakers signed up, Your Honor.
We have 3 more minutes. Are there anyone else who would like to speak who has not spoken yet?
Yeah, I'm echoing what our folks have been saying, justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We are calling for the creation of a civilian oversight commission. We've seen time and time again y'all's racism. We're fed up with it. We're not going anywhere. You know, my heart breaks that Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family can't be here today, and so we're here in support of his family. We're here in support of his friends, and we're not going anywhere. Black Lives Matter.
It was 4 years ago when we were here the first time, and in that 4 years, you haven't taken responsibility for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You've disrespected and dismissed his mother and his family. You've not fired the officers who killed him. You've not created a civilian independent oversight commission. You've given awards to officers. You've even given them raises. You sent a decision from to a subcommittee to just poll the city about whether or not they wanted a civilian oversight commission. And then when they kicked it back to you, you did nothing. You made it disappear again. You didn't fire the officers, the same officers who killed Christopher, who were involved in the scandal. You haven't held those folks responsible, and particularly those who are key contributors. Create a civilian oversight commission.
In the opening, you spoke about this being a time for family and friends and a time for caring. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family does not have the option to express their love for him or have him with them during this time because of the killer cops who are still employed by this city. You talk about making the best decisions for the Torrance community. The police officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell should not still be on the streets. It is not safe for the community, and it's hard to believe that you really care when you say one thing and then have actions of something else.
This will be the last speaker.
So, I've heard in the past when Sister Sherilyn, Christopher's mother, would speak, there would be people who'd say, well, she didn't take care of her son. If she raised him right, he wouldn't have been in a stolen car. He wouldn't have had possibly an air rifle. Neither of those things were a reason for a death sentence and within 15 seconds of rolling up on him. And so that's what I don't understand, like, where was the de-escalation? If they thought they were going to need people and were scared enough to shoot into a car, why didn't they wait for backup? And is that a protocol, just to roll up, go, think that someone has this, think that, well, sorry, they were giving directions, hands up, hands down, and they were very confusing.
Thank you, ma'am. We're now moving on to item 8 on the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any item listed on the consent calendar? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety. Whoops. Oh, I didn't see one. Sorry. Councilman Griffiths.
8B as in boy.
Okay, 8B. Anyone else? I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 8B.
Motion to approve with the exception of 8B.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councilman Griffith, item 8B.
Yes, thank you. I just brought this back for a simple question. I want to thank staff for answering my question on the deferred rent that was in fact paid back by the tenant on the property Acura. The question I had is, and I don't think it was anywhere in the item, but I happened to see a sign on another building on PCH that Acura was going to be relocating. Is there any, are they going to be, I know they're remodeling the current location, but I saw a sign on a building where the old Volvo dealership was that had Acura there. And I was just curious if Acura has any plans to be moving there? Or is it a temporary relocation, or is it just a false alarm?
Councilmember Griffiths, members of the City Council, the tenant has not indicated to us whether they're going to be relocating temporarily. Our understanding is that they'll be doing the tenant improvements and expansions, but it could be that they are doing a temporary move while they're doing construction because they are adding 1,000 square feet of new area, but the tenant has not indicated as such. I can't confirm at this time.
Appreciate that.
Your Honor and Councilman Danny Santana, Assistant City Manager, staff will follow up with tenant and verify and follow up to council with the
If they were to relocate like that temporarily during remodel, would that require council approval? No?
The former Volvo dealership is not on a city ground lease. It may require land use approvals from the Community Development Department, which
sure
will be
you'll
part of our outreach to them to make sure they're aware.
I'm sure you'll let us know then. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll take a motion to approve item 9B.
I'll move to concur with staff recommendation 9B.
You're disrupting the meeting, ma'am. Please, thank you. We heard you. Thank you.
Start voting, please.
Nobody in city council, nobody in that chamber right here helping her.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're now moving on to item 9, administrative matters. Item 9A from Public Works and General Service. Is there a staff presentation?
There is no presentation. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Chris Kubert from the Public Works Department. Item 9A is a recommendation of the Public Works Director and General Services Director that City Council authorize a purchase order with Velocity Truck Centers, LLC of Fontana, California, in the amount of $2,029,924, including sales tax, for the purchase of 4 2023 CNG Auto Car ACX 64 refuse trucks with Heil Durapack side loader bodies as a cooperative purchase with Sourcewell.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You know, just having been involved in the Finance Committee meeting prior to this meeting, I heard there was discussion about our fund for reimbursement or replacement vehicles being underfunded. And I was just curious, does this create a negative balance in our fund for replacement vehicles?
Councilman Griffiths, this is Sheila Poisson, Finance Director. This doesn't put us further in a negative position. The Public Works Departments, depending on which vehicles they're purchasing, the Public Works Department have their own replacement fund, separate from the Fleet Services Replacement Fund, which is generally the general fund vehicles.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Do you have any other questions from the council? If not, we'll take questions or comments from the public.
Nobody has signed up, Your Honor.
Are you standing up to speak? Okay.
Okay, hello everyone, this is Paul Chap again. I was on that meeting also, and I don't want to pick you up on Mr. Griffith's comment, but I agree with him. I buy vehicles with 100,000 miles, and one of the departments of the city is the sanitation department, who picking up my trash. They're doing a very good job. They come every Wednesday, they pick up the trash, and never ever problem with them. And very important, you know, because the poop and the trash gotta go. And the only thing is, you know, $500,000 for a truck, a new truck, I don't think it's necessary right now. The old ones looks just good to me. They're doing the job, you know, they don't have to be shiny like the fireman vehicles and trucks, you know. They're just doing what they're built for, and it's only 70,000 miles.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public on item 9A? If not, I'll take it back to the council. Take a motion to concur with recommendation of the Public Works and General Service Department.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Shake? Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 9B from Public Works and General Services. Is there a staff presentation?
There's no presentation, Your Honor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Chris Kubert from the Public Works Department. Item 9B is a recommendation of the Public Works Director and General Services Director that City Council, 1, appropriate $1,965,383.20 from the Fleet Vehicle Replacement Fund balance, and 2, authorize a purchase order with Haker Equipment Company of Laverne, California in the amount of $1,965,383.20, including sales tax, for 4 2024 Elgin CNG compressed natural gas crosswind J sweepers with autocar chassis as a cooperative purchase agreement with Sourcewell.
Thank you. Do you have comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. We'll take public comments.
Okay, so I don't want to yell. I try to be more civilized in the future. Anyway, same comment, you know. Recently, not very long time ago, we were going to buy these sweepers. The old sweepers, they were doing the same job as the new sweeper going to do, except $2 million out of the city money. So just like the other thing, what I spoke 5 minutes ago, and then you spending the $2 million, I urge you not to spend more $2 million, because I don't know if you know about it, but the city is broke. City is broke. Wake up, people. Stop buying stuff.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? If not, I'll take it back to the council. I'll take a motion to concur with staff recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9C from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9C is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution amending Resolution Number 2019-89 for executive and management employees to add the position of Neighborhood Services Manager. On May 24th, 2022, City Council adopted the proposed fiscal year 2022-23 operating budget and capital improvement plan, which included the reorganization of the Community Development Department to establish the Neighborhood Services Division, which includes housing, environmental and noise abatement, and special programs, homeless units. One component of the reorganization includes creating the Neighborhood Services Manager position for direct oversight of the assigned units. On November 8th, 2022, your honorable body approved the class specification. Staff is recommending the addition of the position of Neighborhood Services Manager to the Executive and Management Employees Memorandum of Understanding by way of this item. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. We'll go to the public. We have public comments on item 9C.
Hello, this is Porchop again. My pants is falling off, but all right, so you don't have money. Remember that part? You don't have money. So you creating a position, it's only 12,000 a month. So 12 times is 120 plus 24, 144, plus the benefits, plus the allowance. So I don't know how much is that because you don't print it up, but just remind you, you don't have money. You don't have money. And the city was working without this position just well. You know what I mean? We need more policemen. So when they come to egg my house, they can show up within 3 hours and take a report. That's what we need.
Do we have anyone else from the public on item 9C? If not, I'll take it back up. I'll take a motion to concur with staff recommendation and approve item 9C. Do we need a number and title, please, first?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2022-126, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2019-89, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for executive and management employees.
Make a motion to move resolution number 2022-126.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are moving on to item 9D from the Transit. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Art Estrada, Transit Department. Item 9D is a recommendation of the Transit Director that your honorable body authorize a change order to a purchase order with NFI Parts to add an additional $615,000 for a new not to exceed amount of $1,575,000. NFI Parts provides OEM parts and components that Transit utilizes to repair and maintain our bus fleet. NFI is a patent holder and sole vendor of these parts. The new purchase order will be for the period of February 21, 2022 to February 20, 2025. No general fund is being utilized for this purchase.
Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. Do you have public comments on this item, 9D?
Hello, it's Porchop again. I don't know if the mic is on, so I'm not gonna yell. This is a good one because you fixing up buses instead of buying new ones. See, this is the direction. I fix my cars. I don't buy new cars. I could have, but what for? So they throw eggs to it, you know, vandalizing my car. You know, I don't buy new cars. I buy old cars. And if you can buy parts for it, it's better to fix old things and keep them. They are much better. I'd rather take an old car, old vehicle, old bus. If I can fix it, I keep it. This way, if you vote on these parts, you don't have to buy more buses or whatever, you know, new ones, and you don't have to throw away when they're still working. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? If not, I'll take it back up to the City Council.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the purchase order on item 9D.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9E from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation? Whoa.
We're
Movie
going old
time.
school tonight.
Dark night.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Unique Day, City Manager's Office. I'll be presenting to you tonight on item 9E, the Emergency Operations Plan, also referred to as the EOP. Once it's ready to go.
As we wait, this day is used to move prior to expansion, and we did use this screen in the past for a point of clarification.
We passed the test. It works. Go ahead.
Next slide, please. Okay. In our country's system of emergency management, local governments are the first level of response and recovery to the public's needs during an emergency or an incident. All disasters are local. Depending on the nature of the size of the emergency, state, county, or federal assistance may be provided to support the local jurisdiction, which here is the city of Torrance. Next slide, please. The Office of Emergency Services, also referred to as OES, coordinates the city's emergency preparedness program. OES coordinates the City of Torrance incident response and recovery efforts that cascade beyond the span of control within field operations. During incidents, OES focuses on measures that are essential for protecting the public, which include emergency alert and warning, emergency public information, evacuation, as well as emergency sheltering. OES is guided by the National Preparedness 5 mission areas, which include prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. Planning, specifically the Emergency Operations Plan, which I'm presenting to you tonight, is in part of all 5 aspects. Next slide, please. When an incident or emergency occurs within the city, it creates a disruption. Organized teams, often referred to as first responders, are called to assist the incident. Emergencies occur within the city daily. These emergencies are managed by the departments in which the disruption falls within their span of control. Pictured, you will see examples which include the city's fire and rescue, public works, police, as well as water. Next slide, please. When incidents cascade above the span of control within field operations, the Office of Emergency Services comes in to provide support and coordination. Examples of this include providing coordinated communications, equipment, gathering resources, and/or evacuation of the Emergency Operations Center, which is also referred to as the EOC. Next slide, please. Upon the activation of the EOC, the Emergency Operations Plan guides the actions of the Office of Emergency Services, as well as the EOC team in how to support field operations. Both field operations and the EOC team follow the same processes and guidelines which are created by the National Incident Management System, as well as the State of California Emergency Management System, in order to maintain a shared language and establish a common operating picture. This EOP establishes the priority of the EOC team in order to support the field. Next slide, please. The EOP also has hazard-specific annexes which provide additional information to City of Torrance staff as well as the EOC team who are responding to the various emergency incidents and responses. These may occur both during and after the EOC has been activated. These annexes help to provide a more cascading information, which may include things such as cyber attacks, earthquake and seismic events, floods, hazardous materials, refinery incidents, public health emergencies, terrorism, civil unrest, tsunami, or dam inundation. Next slide, please. An emergency operations plan that is flexible to use in all emergencies, including unforeseen events, provides a community that is prepared to handle anything. It creates a bottom line. This bottom line creates a community having a starting point from which they may respond to mitigation efforts that happen on specific hazards such as natural disasters, as well as cyber attacks, anything I mentioned before. Emergency preparedness is a shared responsibility. It calls for the involvement of everyone, not just the government. By working together, everyone can help keep the community safe from harm and keep it resilient when struck by attacks such as natural disasters, acts of terrorism, and pandemics. This whole community includes individuals, families, those with access and functional needs, businesses, faith-based community organizations, as well as schools, traditional and social media outlets, and all levels of government, including special districts. Next slide, please. As I talk about this emergency operations plan, in the upcoming year, the Office of Emergency Services has a few initiatives which we are kicking off, which include the update of the local hazard mitigation plan, as well as creating memorandums of understanding with our regional non-governmental partners, which include the YMCA, as well as the American Red Cross. This also includes training city staff as well as city council on the National Incident Management System and State of California Emergency Management System in order to respond to incidents and emergencies, as well as community preparedness events, having more courses on the Community Emergency Response Team, as well as collaboration with the General Services Department for the construction of a new EOC at the Torrance Municipal Airport, also known as Zamperini Field. Next slide. In conclusion, the city manager recommends that mayor and city council, 1, approve the City of Torrance Emergency Operations Plan and adopt a resolution confirming the city council's approval of the Emergency Operations Plan. And secondly, authorize the city manager to respond to incidents and manage recovery. Thank you. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for your presentation. One of the things that I certainly miss after being involved in it so many years ago is our Community Emergency Response Team, our CERT program, and I was trained probably over 10 years ago, and it seems like our CERT program has been basically completely inactive except for some sporadic trainings for the last 6 or more years. And I'm hopeful that I'm reading this right, that you're planning to do some efforts in 2023 to resurrect our CERT program?
Yes, there will be a CERT program course that's going on during the winter session. I believe it's January 20th, 21st, and 22nd. It's a 3-day weekend where we will have a course.
I appreciate the training, but is there going to be any other efforts around?
Yes, so after we recoup and having our training, we will then have those individuals who complete the course. They will be working with the Office of Emergency Services just to have an ongoing preparedness of having different phone calls, drafting emails, and things that they can do to help not only in the field, but also with administrative things for OES.
How about for previously trained?
Yes, previously trained CERT people may also serve with OES as well. They will be invited to participate in the CERT course going on in January if they do need a refresher.
Is there any initiative that the CERT trained people would need to take, or is there good records on who's a CERT member and who's CERT trained and who's not?
I believe we do have those records. They're in my office upstairs.
I'll look forward to that email.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, I really appreciate the city always looking out for its citizens. A couple years ago, I met with the fire department as a sit-down to talk about a more of an extensive program, because from looking at our plan, we're pretty good for the first week, 2 weeks maybe. Then we have to start relying on federal agencies coming in, which, depending on the size of the catastrophe or the problem, may or may not come in a timely manner.
Mm-hmm.
So one has to imagine what happens on day 21 of no power. What happens on the 4th day of the generators running, and all of a sudden they start running out of gas and we're no longer pumping water? What happens when the shelves of the supermarkets are empty, which is probably going to last. I'd say if a catastrophe happens, those things will be emptied out in hours. So one has to kind of really take a look a little bit, in my opinion, a little bit farther down the road as to what does a real catastrophe look like. and what can we do to prepare. I found out that we don't have any water reserve. We have our own pumping stations, but without power or gas, you're not going to be pumping anything. Also, the ability to pump the water may be gone, depending on what kind of catastrophe we have. I really do hope that as we move forward, that we start looking in depth on bigger catastrophes, because things happen. Okay, hopefully they'll never happen, but I always felt like I feel like I'm prepared. My home, my family's home, all my brother, sister, we're all prepared. We have a lot of water, a lot of food. You know, I mean, it's there, right? We're ready to go. But what happens after 21 days? You know, and I say 21 days because that's, to me, that's like the mark where people start becoming desperate. You know, food starts running out. Whatever you had in your pantry starts running out. What do? You know, what do we do at that point? So I'd like to see us put together a plan that's a little bit more extensive when it comes to a big catastrophe.
Yes, thank you.
It's very disruptive. I can't think like that, but anyways.
Oh, sorry. I was saying, as part of this plan process, we wanted to make sure that we built hybrid as well as remote options for response and recovery. I think the COVID-19 pandemic really showed us that a lot of the plans that we had in files were not as adaptable or malleable to respond, and making sure that we're providing different approaches so that we can do everything that you mentioned there, but then also encouraging the community to be prepared and understanding during that first week, if not 2 weeks, that first responders will be responding to more critical areas and how to make your family safe so that you can be okay until they get to you.
Yeah. One thing that I think we should always keep in mind is never assume that the public knows what we're doing. Mm-hmm. And for God's sake.
Yes, you did. I'm sorry. I recorded that. Oh my God. It is recorded. I'm serious. You said.
Okay, so whenever we put together a program, let's not assume that they know exactly what that program is. We might put it in the water bill. We can put it in an email, we can put it on social media. But we could still miss a vast majority of the people out there. And also when things happen, your state of mind changes. You get into this survival mode. And so we need to take all those things into consideration. I mean, the way I envision taking care of a catastrophe is, A, making sure that each household knows exactly what they should have. You know, I mean, we're not going to be forcing people to have 50 gallons of water at all times in their cupboard, right? And canned foods, but we suggest that. We should also suggest that, just like we do the, not the partners in policing, the neighborhood watch, we have a block captain. That block captain can be an organizer, somebody that communicates with the central, so that we can keep in contact with every neighborhood, even if all the phones are down and whatever, so we still have that stream of communication. And also somewhere that a person from just one block away can walk to that local captain and say, what do we do now? So, we have to envision that happening. Maybe not in our lifetime, maybe in another lifetime, but we have to, we know that something's, going to happen anywhere at any time. It could happen anywhere, anytime. And I really do feel that the program that we have now is great. It's awesome that we have it. But it's short term. I'd like to go past that day 21. What's it look like when the whole grid in Southern California, terrorist attack, the whole power grid is down for a month? What do we do? That's all I have to say. But a great program. I appreciate you guys doing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the council? If not, we'll go to the public. Do you have any questions or comments from the public on item 9E?
First of all, I suggest for Mr. Matucci, if any disaster comes, leave your house, because now we know where is the food. So that was a big mistake. Anyway, I want to be positive, and I'm going to say this is not this nice. We're talking about disaster. if somebody could say where is disaster and when disaster would strike, then that guy would be a billionaire billion times. I don't know what the number for this. You cannot prepare for preparedness. You building a center in the middle of the airport, and what if they bomb the airport and take it out? So teach common sense to people, common sense, common sense. Help yourself, and God gonna help you too. And if you have a gun, that's very good to keep your water and food too. Think about it.
It's amazing. You are preparing for just any possible crisis, but you have a crisis in your city council. You have a crisis of conscience. You have a crisis of cowardice.
Ma'am, you
You
gotta
have a
stay
cr-
on topic. You're off topic.
I am. I'm
We're
talking about
you.
how you deal with crisis. These are things you don't necessarily have to throw money at. These are things you can handle. I mean, for God's sakes, please consider pork chops home always getting TP'd to be a crisis too. But you have a crisis because you have racist police sending racist texts, vandalizing cars in a racist way, killing people, shooting them dead for no reason that's not
Please stay on
justifiable,
topic,
and you're
ma'am.
not dealing with that crisis.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the city council. Can we get a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2022-127, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the City of Torrance Emergency Operations Plan.
Make a motion to approve item 9E.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9F from the police. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Jane Chung with the Police Department, and here with me is my colleague.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. Officer Matt Slauson, a Technology Officer of the Police Department.
The item before you is the recommendation of the Chief of Police that City Council, one, appropriate $1,996,640.36 of asset forfeiture funds for the purchase of body-worn and in-car cameras and accessories to a newly created grant project, and two, approve a contract services agreement with Axon Enterprise Inc. of Scottsdale, Arizona, in the aforementioned amount for the purchase of body-worn and in-car cameras and accessories for a 5-year period beginning May 1st, 2023 and ending April 30th, 2028. Staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions from the council? Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for presentation. A quick question for you. I saw in 2018, we purchased about 222 body cameras, and now we are asking for 200 body cameras. Any reason for that?
Is to reflect the personnel changes or the number of personnel that we have staffed and budgeted in our department's budget.
I see. Thank you. And who controls to turn on and off the cameras?
That would be the officers themselves when they're out on the field.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. A quick question. I know this is being proposed to be from asset forfeiture funds. Is there a fund set up for future replacement?
Not at this time, but it's something that we are looking to explore with the finance department.
Yeah, I don't know if that you can always count on having that fund available for you every time, so I think it would be prudent to have that set up.
Absolutely. If I may note for the council members, we did put a federal discretionary earmark funding request to Senators Padilla and Feinstein, which they moved forward into that process. We're hoping that if that is successful, we'll be using that funding source in lieu of the asset forfeiture.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the council? If not, we'll go to the public.
Marianne D.
Well, just like where Anthony Chavez didn't turn on his camera when he was killing Christopher. You know, and we have all of these cameras. I don't understand the doubling of the number of cameras, but I don't understand giving the police more money at this point. They have the things that they claim they need, and they misuse those things. So why we keep when they already take 40% of your budget, I don't know why we keep piling on more money when you could be using that for other crisis things, like you could be putting money toward your emergency services, right? Or emergency plan. Or like just helping the community in any sort of resourceful way with mental health or housing or toys for kids at Christmas, right? I just, ugh.
Thank you. Let's go on to the next person.
Camille L.
Why do you have to double the amount of body cameras? Do you understand the officers are the ones that turn them on or on? These cameras don't just come on when they pull their gun or when they get out of the car. They're in control. That is unbelievable. There are so many things in the city that need funds for, and this is what you're spending it on. The police already take 40% of the budget. What is wrong with you? They do not need double the amount of cameras.
Sheila B.
So this must be some sort of attempt at looking like you're doing something in regards to accountability since, oh, I don't know, the Attorney General is breathing down your neck. You're welcome for that, because that was our work that made it so that this came out to light. It is ironic and sick that you have the nerve to put this on the agenda today, the meeting before the angelversary of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. On cops, all of this was captured on cops' body cams. And we are still here because you've done nothing. Body cams don't prevent murder, don't prevent excessive force, and don't prevent corruption. You know what does? Accountability. Body cams just capture the racism, the murders, the excessive force. Then people like us have to fight you to release it. Do y'all remember that? Then you release a doctored video where you criminalize the person who was the victim. Let me remind you that Anthony Chavez didn't have his body cam on, and yet you want to spend money on body cams that aren't used. The time used discussing this would be better spent on, oh,
Thank you. Your time is up. Sarah B.
I had 2 minutes. My 2 minutes aren't up.
You have 1 minute. 2 minutes is during.
2 minutes on the screen earlier.
2 minutes for a public hearing.
It said up there earlier.
Sarah B.
Be better spent on, oh, I don't know, talking about a civilian oversight commission. We're talking about firing the cops.
Your time is up, man.
All caught on a body cam.
Time is up.
What's the point of a body cam if you don't do shit about it afterward?
Your time is up. Thank you.
Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Worry about that. Do something about that. You do realize that your residents are scared to speak up about the fact that they want a civilian oversight.
Is there a Sarah B?
Because the cops are racist and
Okay, we'll take it back up to the council. Let's take it back to the council. Who are you, ma'am? Okay, I thought I called you. Thank you.
Yeah, more of the same. You already spend $10 million in police lawsuits with the footage and the evidence you have that you know your cops are racist and talk about killing people and about lying about it, and then you know, like pay them to go on vacation. And then when we sit up here and talk about it, you all just look at your phones or look away. And you do pretend like it doesn't matter. And you pretend that, I don't know, there's some force that somehow prevents you from holding your police accountable even though they're killing your residents. Again, Anthony Chavez had a body camera on and he turned it off, and he's still, I don't know, is he on paid vacation now? Yeah, he's just chilling. Along with 12 other cops. So again, we're up here, you didn't even want to spend money to survey your residents for their input about Civilian Oversight Committee. You know, it costs a lot less than $1.9 million is creating an independent Civilian Oversight Committee and firing the officers that killed Christopher.
Fire Anthony Chavez. Fire Anthony Chavez. Fire Matthew Concanon.
Go ahead.
Hello, this is pork chop time again. I like to tell you I like cameras, as you can see. I like transparency. I wish I had a camera front of my house, my neighbor's house, and my back neighbor's house, and see what the nice residents doing to me and other people. And especially the police should have cameras. And I recommend this because it's from forfeiture funds. So it doesn't cost the city anything. But keep them on. I have videos on my channel. Mr. Steeler watching the whales at the LA County parking lot. I'm filming him. And then he grabs his camera from the cruiser and he asks his partner how to turn it on.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Anyone else?
Wow. From going to LA City Council and Police Commission meetings, I've learned as I do coming here, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Why are you spending money on something when you know that the cops who shoot innocent civilians are not going to have their camera on? And not only that, just like in LA, which has almost as dismal and shameful a record as you do on holding them accountable, just like in LA, when they they intentionally dismantle their camera, turn it off, and don't record their interactions with civilians, nothing happens. Why are you spending so many millions of dollars on this when you already have the equipment? It's not effective.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Do you have anyone else from the public?
Yes, hi, I'm Lamb Chop. Thank you. You've heard a lot of comments about cameras being turned off or not being turned on. We got the technology guy from the police department right here. Can you set up those cameras so that they're always on when the officer is on shift? And if not, why not? I realize it's a matter of privacy. But maybe if people are being killed, we have another overriding problem. The other thing is the seating in this facility. I can just break into it real quick. If you went to continental seating, so there's more room between rows, people could get out of the aisle closer to the microphone without having to trip over other people. It would speed up the process. It's called continental seating. Think about it. Just a matter of removing some seats and you'd be fine. Thank you.
All right, I'm echoing what folks have already said. The cameras do not work. Y'all already have cameras. The narratives that y'all are building around why y'all need these cameras is bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. And so we're still calling for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We are continuing to demand a police oversight commission, and that y'all fire the officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. These cameras are not effective. We know that police associations will manipulate the reasons why they can't turn on these cameras, and it is a perpetuation of the status quo. Black Lives Matter.
So I noticed that the money to purchase the new cameras and accessories are the asset forfeiture funds. And according to data from the Institute of Justice, over the last 20 years, local law enforcement across the U.S. has seized more than $68 billion worth of personal property without due process. And in fact, since 2014, police have been stealing more than actual burglars, most of it from people who were not convicted of a crime. Civil forfeiture allows police to seize property on mere suspicion. And also, this count does not take into account the property of the unhoused people or the stolen lives.
I would just like to echo what other people have said about the body cameras, that it seems police have the option to keep them on or off, and even when they're on, people don't get the tapes. It takes forever for families and the public to see. They edit the tapes often, and it should not be that way. I don't know what else to say other than I echo what everybody else has said.
Thank you. Let's take it back up to the council then. Do we have a motion to concur?
Yeah, I move to approve on item I9F numbers 1 and 2.
I second it.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. You're disrupting the meeting. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. We have returned from a recess. It's 8:57. We're moving on to item 9G from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Carlos Huizar, Management Associate with the City Manager's Office. Tonight's item is a recommendation of the City Manager to authorize a recognition and internment agreement by and among Town Center Associates LLC, Habit Restaurants LLC, and the City of Torrance in regards to a new sublease of city-owned property located at the corner of Pacific Coast Highway and Crenshaw Boulevard, also known as Torrance Town Center. Habit Restaurants LLC has entered into a new lease with the master tenant, Torrance Town Center Associates LLC, to occupy an existing commercial building currently occupied by Jack in a Box. Per the existing lease agreement between the master tenant and the city, a recognition and internment agreement requires council approval. This agreement verifies certain aspects of the city's ground lease. Habit Restaurants LLC will have the right to occupancy in the event of default or lease termination of the master tenant, which would allow the Habit to continue their lease and pay the rent to either the city as the new master tenant or to a new ground leaser. This type of agreement is very typical and allows the subtenant certain assurances to their occupancy. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions from the council? We'll go to the public. Do you have comments or questions? Comments from the public?
Yeah, I was reading it on the computer at home, and this gentleman did not talk about Mr. Lacazette. First, I did not know why the city approved the extensions of the leases of these properties, city-owned properties. And I want to ask you, how come Mr. Lacazette pays the city $70,000 a month for a 17-acre property with all those businesses, and those businesses paying $7 million a year to Mr. Lacazette, or Lacaze. Anyway, this guy is a very good businessman, living up in Rolling Hills, laughing his ass to the bank. The city doesn't have money, and you charge him $70,000 a month, and then he takes in $7 million a year. Explain that to the taxpayer. And that's why what we don't have money for.
Anyone else from the public? Yes, that's the public. All right, let's bring it back to the council then.
Move to concur with the staff recommendation.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 10, hearings. Now is the time and place for public hearing on agenda item 10A, a recommendation of Public Works Director that the City Council approve a series of annual adjustments in the city's wastewater or sewer discharge rates for the period of 2023 through 2027. Has the matter been properly advertised?
Good evening, Mayor
Your
and members
Honor.
of the City Council. Chuck Scheich with the Public Works Department, and I will be presenting this item. This item is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council, number one, conduct a public hearing on a series of annual rate increases. Number two, adopt a resolution approving a proposed series of annual rate increases in the City of Torrance's wastewater discharge rates for the 5-year period of 2023 through 2027, and maintain the existing discount rate for low-income senior and disabled customers. And number four, approve January 1st, 2023 as the effective date for the wastewater discharge rate increase. This adjustment in wastewater rates are needed to cover operating and maintenance costs, to fund high-priority sewer infrastructure improvements and replacements, and to provide for an adequate level of financial reserves. We have a presentation, Your Honor, on this, and if I could have slide number 1, please. This slide basically just provides a little background on the public hearing request. On October 11th, 2022, City Council approved holding of a public hearing tonight on a proposed series of annual rate increases for the wastewater discharge rates, again for the period 2023 through 2027. Next slide, please. This just provides the public notification. This public notification was done in accordance with Proposition 218, and on October 21st, we had sent out about 36,000 accounts, the 218 notice, which is in your packet. We also did advertise in the Daily Breeze twice in November. Actually, it should be November 20th. That's a misprint there. And also, again, on November 29th. Next slide, please. This one is just a little background information about the utility itself. The sanitation provides wastewater collection services citywide, about 36,000 accounts we mentioned, 287 miles of sewer pipelines, and 9 sewer lift stations. The last cost of service study was done for the period of 2017 to 21, and there were no rate increases last January. The last increase occurred in January of 2021. Next slide, please. The main objectives are really to identify appropriate rates to provide for adequate funding, as we mentioned before, operation and maintenance, the capital improvement program, and to provide an adequate level of financial reserves. Again, it covers the 5-year period, 2023 to 2027, and the cost of service rates are required by Proposition 218. Next slide, please. Well, the major findings are that the current rates are not adequate to meet our operating capital and reserve requirements, and it's necessary to implement a 5-year rate plan consistent with Prop 218 requirements. And just the bottom part of that slide just kind of shows you the current rates that we have in place today. For single-family customers, you can see we have a fixed portion or rate of surcharge at $3.65. The variable charge, which is based on the amount of water use, at 33 cents. And we have a discounted rate for our senior, low-income, and disabled customers. And for other standard customers, it's currently based entirely on flow, which is 91 cents per 100 cubic feet. The next slide, please. This just kind of goes over what cost of service actually kind of means. It's based on recognized cost of service methodology, and really what it means is that the cost to our rates have to reflect the cost proportionally to that class of customer. So it's really allocating cost in proportion to cost. Rate requirements are based on primarily wastewater flow, and wastewater flow is of course, when you use water, most of that water actually goes down in your plumbing fixtures. It's about 65% of a single-family residence water use goes to the city's sewer system, and if you're a commercial other customer, it's about 85%. So a little differential there in the discharge rates for both kinds of customers. The next slide, please. This slide just kind of depicts the capital improvement program over the next 5 years. And these are basically high priority capital projects, which are based on actually certain restrictions in the current sewer system. There's certain places that are undersized, and these are very high priority projects to eliminate those bottlenecks in the system. And it averages about $1.4 million per year. Next year, the capital improvement program is about $1.5 million. So you can see that's fairly even over that 5-year period. The next slide, please. This is kind of an important slide. It really depicts where we are. Actually, starting this current fiscal year, the wastewater fund is at a negative balance, about minus $300,000. So we're starting off in a deficit condition. And what would happen is if we continued on that trend and did not raise wastewater rates, you can see that red line depicts where we would be actually next year at $900,000 deficit, and ultimately we'd be $3 million negative by the 2027. Again, the blue line depicts where we will be in terms of our fund balance with the proposed rate increases. Our target is $4 million to maintain a reserve, an adequate fund reserve, and that's based on some certain criteria, basically, which is kind of recognized in the industry, and those rate increases will get us to get that fund balance, which will protect this system and protect us from any kind of unforeseen conditions. Next slide, please. This slide actually shows the impacts on single-family customers. As you can see right now, the current rate for a single-family customer is about $7.32. With the proposed rate increase, that will go to $8.83, or an increase of about $1.51 per month, about $18 per year. We've also showed a lower customer, a low-use customer using 7 billion units, and a relatively high-use customer using 20 billion units. The next slide depicts the other customer classes. That includes industrial, commercial, and multifamily. And you can see for a medium-use customer, it's about 50 billion units, and their bill would go up about $11.30 compared to the current rates. And you can also see it for a low-use customer, relatively high-use customer, and for a very high-use client. Next slide, please. This slide just depicts the wastewater rates, basically the proposed rates. Currently, right now, if you look at the single-family customer, the current rate is $3.65. That's the fixed portion of the rate. That will go to $4.43 in 2023. And our low-income customer, we're maintaining a pretty good discount there. That rate will go to $1.35, and it actually goes up about 5 cents per month over the next 5 years. The other customers are basically our industrial, commercial, and residential customers, and that rate will go from the current 91 cents to $1.14 in 2023. The next slide is really kind of an important slide. It really shows where we are in comparison to other like agencies that provide for sewer collection services. And as you can see right now, we are the lowest among those customers, and our current rates are $7.32 for the average customer. Again, that will go to $8.83 under the proposal. Again, well below those of other comparative agencies. Anywhere from $1.50. Our next lowest customer is actually Hermosa Beach, and we would still be about $1.50 lower than that agency. So we expect to maintain these rates among the lowest or the lowest in the area over the course of the next, not just current year, but over the course of the next 5 years. The next slide, please, is really the recommendations. Obviously, to conduct a public hearing, and we have a resolution attached to the item, basically, which outlines the proposed series of annual increases in wastewater rates for the 5-year period, 2023 through 2027. And we also ask that the effective date for the rate increase be set at January 1st, 2023, with subsequent increases each January through 2027. That concludes my presentation, and be glad to answer any questions you may have, and thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a few council members who clicked in. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Shake. I appreciate your report. Nice to see that we're at the bottom of the rate chart of all the cities. Question I had, and a resident called me about this, is you have the low-income senior disabled rate. How does a resident get that?
Yes, there's a qualifying income. I believe it's about $33,400 per year, and that's basically, they would call our finance department, and they actually kind of monitor that and certify that. And if they meet that threshold, it's fairly simple. They fill out a very simple application, and they will receive that rate.
Okay, that's for low income. Is a senior discount a different discount?
No, it's actually, excuse me, I should have said that. It's actually a senior and disabled low-income discount. So it applies to seniors, low-income, and low-income disabled customers.
So the fact that I'm a senior doesn't qualify me unless I meet the low-income eligibility?
Yes, there's a low-income eligibility. That threshold is about a little over $33,000.
And you said they have to contact the finance department for that?
Yes, we would contact the finance department, and they would actually give them information on the application and process that.
Very good. I appreciate your information.
I thought you were going to ask for an application.
Well, with my council pay, I guess I do qualify as a low income.
That's what I thought you were going to ask. I just said I qualify.
Well, I'm willing to pay the full rate.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir, for the good presentation. I just have a question on your slide that is for capital improvement.
Yes.
Could you give us a little background? What types of capital projects are in the pipeline that will cost that much money?
Yeah, actually, the capital improvement program is an outgrowth of a report that was done about a year and a half ago called a Wastewater Management Plan, and that identified some very high priority projects, mostly capacity issues, basically pipelines that are not of enough capacity to carry sewage and need to be replaced, and a lot of remedial kinds of rehabilitation and replacement work.
Thank you, sir. And with the increase that you are proposing, that will cover those projects. That's my understanding.
Yes, that over that 5-year period, those will cover that class of projects.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Looking at the data, I would say the city of Irvine probably has the cleanest sewer lines in the Orange County, probably. Any other comments or questions from the council? If not, I think there are some folks from the public who want to speak.
Tom?
Yes, when you were coming up with all the numbers, did you take into account the possible ADUs and junior ADUs and the impact that'll have on the affluent?
Actually, that has not been part of the analysis, basically. We looked at the number of customers we have, potential growth, and the growth factor was about 0.4%, I think, is what we used, which is in line with what CDD has projected.
Okay.
Community Development Department.
So just to be plain for a simple guy like me, it doesn't take into account the possible ADUs and the junior ADUs that will lead to more sewage use, right? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just thank you. Please direct all the comments or questions to the council, please. Thank you.
James Henry?
Excuse me.
James Henry.
I submitted some questions to be answered tonight by Chris Cupert, the sanitation manager. I have a handout. Here are the questions. It's also in the supplement, which you didn't get. Why aren't you answering my questions? I asked you to answer the questions during this meeting. Hello?
Does anybody have the information?
It's a supplement on the item.
So I believe we have Mr. Henry's letter as an attachment to supplemental 2, and that was posted earlier this evening. And I'm not sure if Mr. Kubert or Mr. Scheich had time to review them before this, but we can certainly speak to Mr. Henry after the hearing if that's possible.
Thank you. We'll take an action and get back to you.
Okay, well, I requested it to be done tonight so the public would understand the protest I have and maybe other people have, but you don't want to hear that apparently again.
if you want, Mr. Henry, why don't you share your, in summary, what your protest
I don't
is?
have time. I'm running out of time already.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, this is Porchap again. Believe it or not, I'm from sanitation, and I understand these are not that big amount of money. My wife going to have to pay next time, but she does the paperwork. So anyhow, but my thing is, this rate increase also proved that you say you don't have money for essential services, and I think sewer or sewage is essential service. And as we could see it in the demonstration, or whatever this gentleman was telling us, the information, we already pay for this service. We always paid for this service. When I bought my house, actually, the service was better, because when I had problem with the sewer, I called the city and they came out and tried to help me. But after, I don't know which year it's happened, we got all the sewer lateral to ourselves. So now if I want to clean my sewer, I have to have a 100-foot long snake, 100 feet long snake, and I'm putting it down 50 feet from my property to the sidewalk. So the only thing is better or worse in the sewer system, I got all the lateral 50 feet extra. And I can actually unplug my sewer line or call a plumber, but you know, ask Matucci how much is that cost. His brother can tell you. Anyway, so I think this is not a big money, and you're gonna say yes on it. And also, this should be a public meeting at 9 o'clock. You know, and look how many people showed up.
Thank you. Chuck, just want to clarify.
Yes.
The sewer lines we're talking about is not from our home sewer to the big sewer line. We are maintaining the big sewer line. out on the
Yes, we're
streets.
talking about the public City of Torrance sewer lines.
Not the,
Not the,
got it. Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Just for clarification, we pay for it. That's on my bill. That's on my bill.
Anyone else from the public? If not, I'll take the number and title. Oh, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing. I forgot, we're on public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
thank you.
I'm going to ask you for a number and title because I think the next one is someone's going to take an action from the council. Go ahead.
So, we received 895 protests on this item. And so, does not affect any action the council take on this matter.
Okay. Does that meet any threshold? 895? I guess that's the question.
It does not.
Okay. Just want to make sure we said that in public. And that's the case. Does the council wish to take action on this matter? And if so, let's take a number and title.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-128, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a revised schedule of rates for sewer, wastewater discharge collection service fees in the City of Torrance.
can we repeat the resolution number, please?
Yes, it is resolution number 2022-128.
128.
Okay, thank you. So I'll make a motion to concur with the recommendation and adopt resolution number 2022-128.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now is the time and place for public hearing on agenda item 10B. This is a recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director that City Council conduct a public hearing regarding the proposed amendment to the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to the regulation of accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, and junior accessory dwelling units, JADUs, as a result of recent Senate legislative actions, Assembly Bill 2221 and Senate Bill 897, statutes of 2022, and adopt an ordinance and an urgency ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code and approve an ordinance summary for publication. The public hearing will be conducted as follows. Staff will begin with a presentation and respond to any questions the City Council may have. Afterwards, the public comment period will begin with each speaker having up to 2 minutes to speak. At the conclusion of the public comment period, the City Council will close a public hearing and take action on this matter. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, it has, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Mayor, there is. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Leo Orts with the Community Development Department. And tonight we have a presentation that covers the material contained in the agenda item. Next slide, please. The outline for this presentation follows the format of the staff report and covers the following topics: a brief overview of accessory dwelling units and recent changes in state law, the proposed amendments to the Torrance Municipal Code to achieve compliance with state law, and will conclude with a recommendation by staff. Next slide, please. In 2016, the state legislature created accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, referred to as ADUs and JADUs, as one solution to address a statewide housing crisis. To enable their development, state law allows ADUs by right, meaning a streamlined ministerial permit process that does not allow for public input on the location, design, and impact of such land use. Over the years, significant changes to state law have since further reduced local regulatory authority of ADUs, with the intent of accelerating housing development statewide. For example, previously state law had allowed local agencies to designate areas where ADUs may be permitted based on the adequacy of water and sewer services and impacts to traffic flow and public safety. However, in 2019, the state legislature added a provision that allows ADUs to be built, constructed in all residential or mixed-use zones, notwithstanding the adequacy of water and sewer services and impacts to traffic flow and public safety. Other local agencies, such as the City of Berkeley, had in the past prohibited ADUs in their hillside overlay district because of a very high fire hazard zone. However, Berkeley is now being required to allow ADUs in their hillside overlay by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, known as HCD. HCD has made it clear that local agencies must allow ADUs to be built in all residential or mixed-use zones. More recently this year, the state legislature passed two bills, Assembly Bill 2221 and Senate Bill 897, which were signed by the governor on September 28th and are effective January 1st. These bills further reduce local regulatory authority of ADUs and require local agencies to, again, review and urgently adopt amendments by January 1st. Otherwise, the current local regulations are null and void. Next slide, please. The recent changes in state law require several amendments to local regulations, with the most significant changes involving plan review and permit processing timeline, front yard setback requirements, building height limits, objective design standards, and JADU interior access and separate entry. Next slide, please. State law now requires that local agencies either approve or deny a permit to construct an ADU within 60 days of the application being filed. If the local agency does not approve or deny the application within 60 days, the permit is automatically approved. If the application is denied, the local agency must now provide the applicant with a full set of comments listing the specific items that are deficient and must describe how the application can be remedied by the applicant. This change in state law will require additional staff time to review and process permit applications within an expedited timeframe. Therefore, the proposed amendments include a provision that allows a future fee study to assess a permit application fee so as to reimburse the costs incurred for additional staff time needed. Next slide, please. With respect to setbacks, state law now prohibits local agencies from requiring a front yard setback that would prevent the construction of an ADU measuring 800 square feet or less. Therefore, the proposed amendment reduces the front yard setback requirement from 20 feet to 15 feet to allow greater flexibility for placement of the ADU so as to not prohibit the construction of an ADU that measures 800 square feet or less. This reduction to the front yard setback requirement is consistent with the R1 zone, single-family residential district, and is intended to achieve compliance with state law. Next slide, please. The most significant changes are to building heights. To comply with state law, the proposed amendments increase the height limits for ADUs as follows. In designated areas, an attached ADU shall not exceed 18 feet for 1 story and 27 feet for 2 stories. And a detached ADU shall not exceed 20 feet for 1 story and 23 feet for 2 stories. In limited designated areas, also known as the hillside overlay, an attached ADU shall not exceed 18 feet for 1 story and 25 feet for 2 stories, and a detached ADU shall not exceed 16 feet and 1 story only, except as provided in state law, which allows up to 20 feet when located within 1.5 mile walking distance of a major transit stop or high-quality transit corridor. Next slide, please. As for design standards, the recent changes in state law emphasize that design standards must be sufficiently objective, meaning a standard that can be uniformly verified by reference to an external benchmark or criterion, and that can be readily accessed by the project applicant and staff, and with no personal or subjective judgment involved. Therefore, with the proposed amendments, an ADU that is detached from the primary dwelling would only be required to match the architecture, exterior finish, and color of the primary dwelling when located on a lot that contains a contributing or alter-contributing residential structure that has been identified in the City of Torrance Historic Resources Survey and consistent with the City of Torrance Architectural Design Guidelines. This amendment complies with state law by applying a design standard that can be verified by reference to a uniform benchmark and that preserves the integrity and design of historic properties located in the Torrance Tract Overlay, also known as Old Torrance or Downtown Torrance. Next slide, please. Lastly, the recent changes state that if a JDU does not include a separate bathroom, meaning its own toilet and shower, the JDU must then have interior access to the main living area of the primary dwelling to access a bathroom and shower. The proposed amendments add such provision to comply with state law and go one step further to ensure that if the JDU does include its own separate bathroom, then interior access to the primary dwelling is prohibited. Next slide, please. And in closing remarks, the draft ordinance and urgency ordinance contain the recommended amendments to the Torrance Municipal Code that, in the judgment of staff, allow for appropriate oversight of ADU development in compliance with the recent changes in state law. The Planning Commission and the Community Development Director recommend that City Council consider adoption of an ordinance and urgency ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to the regulation of ADUs and JDUs. With that said, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, for your time. That concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you very much. I think Councilman Griffiths has clicked in.
Thank you, Mayor. No surprise. Thank you, Mr. Orts, for your presentation. Sure, I'll say it. Thank you to the state legislature for these fine bills. I think that I can speak as a senior council member here and one that's been very involved in these issues related to our zoning and land use issues that the state has decided to become involved in is that we as a council historically have been opposed to the state getting involved in the planning of our communities. And we oppose these bills that we're talking about here tonight with a letter that's in the item that's under consideration here tonight. But nonetheless, even with ours and many other cities' opposition, these bills were passed by the state legislature really without any involvement from any discussion with the residents that the state legislator represents. So most people have really no idea what's going on, and unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your perspective, when these things start being built in our city, who's going to get the call and the complaint? We here at City Hall will be getting those calls and complaints, and we'll be having to, unfortunately, tell our residents that there's nothing we can do. These types of projects are permitted by these new state laws, which we had, as a city, objected to, and you know, that's really it. We throw up our hands. But one of the things I'd like to do is, in a similar effort to something I proposed and was accepted previously, is when there's a project that's built under these new guidelines, do we have an opportunity to make some sort of posting on the property, letting the public know what's going on and why, and if they have a concern, who to contact? Because we did something similar to that for SB 9 projects, and thankfully we haven't had to do that yet, but previously our council agreed to allow for postings on projects that are under these state laws. And I'm just wondering if that's something that we could consider being done under these types of projects, under these new laws.
Councilmember Griffiths, what you're referring to is SB 9, the notification that is required per the local ordinance?
Well, we required it.
Correct.
Right.
So when a permit is issued for an urban lot split or two-unit project, Community Development Department would be responsible for sending a notification at the expense of the applicant to those properties located within 500 feet of the subject property being an urban lot split. But with ADUs, sure, we can make that notification as well, but the sheer number of building permit applications being received for different type of ADUs, conversions, detached ADUs, constructions, new additions, and so on, it would burden staff.
I understand the notification is a huge burden, and I apologize for confusion. I didn't mean to imply the full notification. I'm just thinking of a posting on the job site itself. Just like how we have a planning commission meeting, hearing, we post that on the job site without any other notification, because obviously notifying the public with our notification method is expensive, it's time consuming by staff, and there's really nothing anybody can do about it. So by posting a sign at the job site, sharing with the public who happens to see what's going on, they can read for themselves what's going on and answer some of the questions that they may have in an effort to help educate the public. That's what I'm looking for.
Councilmember, if I may take a look at the bills, just to make sure there's no provision that would prohibit that from.
Yeah, I'm not aware of it. I have not heard of anything that would prohibit that, but certainly if that's not prohibited, I would love to see that added to our process.
Your Honorable Mayor, council members, if you would like, it can be a policy direction, so that way we're not having to make changes to the ordinance tonight, especially since it's a urgency ordinance that does need to be adopted. And then if there's a conflict, then we can come back and we can let you know that there's a conflict. Otherwise, we would just proceed with that direction.
Yeah, I think we made it a policy last time as well for SB 9, and that's why I'm asking for basically the same thing.
Yes, that would be easy for us to accomplish.
All right, very good. Then specifically on your slide presentations on page 6, on the height limits on these new bills, you differentiated between designated areas and limited designated areas, hillside overlay. Help me understand, why is there a difference? Do the bills provide for a difference in the hillside overlay area? I thought that they did not.
State law allows local agencies to designate areas where ADUs may be permitted. Now with state law, of course, it's all residential zones or mixed-use zones. Previously, as mentioned in the presentation, it was based on adequacy of water and sewer services, public safety, traffic impacts. But what the intent of designated areas and limited designated areas is to provide the maximum amount of restriction on ADU development for those areas that may be impacted by this type of construction without discretionary review. For example, impacts of view, light, air, and privacy that are typically reviewed under the discretionary permit process through the Hillside Overlay Ordinance, which are not subject to review under the ADU ordinance per state law. That is the intent of the limited designated areas, is to reduce the building heights to the extent possible and allowed by state law.
Okay, so we can reduce the height through the way these bills are written, but other policies of our hillside overlay, for instance, a view blockage. We cannot deny a ADU under this current bill if it happens to block a view, which we could do under our hillside overlay ordinance, correct?
That is correct.
So I want to make sure that the folks in the Riviera and the hillside overlay area are well aware of that these bills now basically trump your hillside overlay ordinance and provide no protection for the things that our hillside overlay ordinance does protect, including views, light, air, and so forth. And so I hope that the word gets out to the public in the hillside that those issues, if it's an ADU or a JADU, that those issues cannot be considered and are not part of any public discussion. And so that's something that I think is one of the many reasons that we as a council had objected to these types of bills, because they take away our objectives in what we're trying to do and create an orderly and fair community. And so unfortunately, this is something that I strongly object to, but unfortunately, we really can't do anything about it unless we petition the state, which we have, and we need the public to speak up and speak to our state representatives to let them know if you're unhappy with these bills, because there's really nothing we're going to be able to do. The other thing is on the same slide is the detached ADU's height is referenced to up to 20 feet in height when it's within half mile of high quality transit. And there is an attachment in the item that shows all the areas that are within a half a mile of high quality transit as defined by the state in the agenda item. And I'm just eyeballing it, but it looks like about 50% of our city is covered by that high quality transit zoning according to the state's guidelines. So those create some slippery slopes in my opinion. The other area I wanted to touch on is on page 8, the JADU interior access and entry. This is something I'm concerned about as a potential abuse of ADUs and JADUs in general. Is let's say that I'm a resident and I have a single family home today and I want to build an attached ADU, and I get a permit and it's no review outside of the planning department. There's no public review on that, and I get the approval to build my 2-story ADU. Is there anything that prevents that person from cutting out a doorway in between the ADU and the home and basically enlarge their home, but under the guise of calling it an ADU?
Nothing to prevent them from breaking the law, no.
What law would there be that we could enforce?
The definition of an ADU, that would be it's an independent living facility, so therefore separate.
So if we were made aware of a situation where someone had built an ADU and then built it into their basically expansion of their existing home without treating it as a separate entity, then we have an enforceable action?
That is correct.
Okay. But I still am concerned that people will take advantage of this situation, build their ADUs, and I realize people can break the law all they want, and there's not much we can do about it, and it will be extremely hard to enforce. At least it will be extremely hard to find out that it's happening. But unfortunately, I'm very concerned, and I'm probably tipping off the world to do that kind of inappropriate expansion of their homes, but I see that as a likely scenario that will happen. Anyway, those are my comments on this whole situation. I would like to give my colleagues an opportunity to speak, but I wanted to point out my biggest concerns that I've got with this stuff. And bottom line is, there's really very little that we can do about this, and I think staff's done a great job of trying to incorporate as many things that we have control over where the state wasn't specific on, and I know it's a lot of hard work by our staff, and I really appreciate their efforts, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for the presentation. Couple of clarification questions on your slide, page 6. Thank you. So who decides what are the designated areas and what are limited? You have mentioned here hillside overlay is the limited designated area, but not every single property can people build ADU. Is that correct? There are some square footage requirements. If the lot is less than 800, they cannot build ADU.
Councilmember, there's no minimum lot size requirement to construct an ADU on a residentially zoned property or mixed-use zone property. That's per state law.
Are there any parking requirements or?
The local ordinance does require a parking space for the ADU. However, per state law, there are exemptions to that parking requirement, one of them being if the property is located within 1/2 mile walking distance to a bus stop. Not high quality, but just a bus stop alone, then parking is not required for the ADU.
And on page 4 of your PowerPoint, it said must approve or deny. Do we have any criteria, which criteria we can deny?
One example would be just building code requirements. If it's structurally not sound or designed correctly, building safety department or division can deny a permit application. That's one example.
Basically, what I'm hearing that there's nothing we can do. It's all, they can build ADU, JADU without any requirements from planning commission or planning department. They just can go ahead and start building without any restriction on any of the areas. Is that correct?
So long as it meets the objective development standards that are within this proposed ordinance and the current ordinance as well, and building code requirements, and it's just a ministerial approval of a permit, building permit application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll ask for a clarification, maybe what Councilman Sheikh was thinking. For example, you have the setback you mentioned in the front, but rear and side setbacks, those requirements are still there or not there?
Yes and no. So per state law, we'll start off with the front yard setback requirement. So in the local ordinance, as proposed tonight, the front yard setback requirement is 15 feet. That's consistent with the R1 zone, single-family residential district. What the state is now telling us is that if an ADU measures less than 800 square feet and the applicant comes in and demonstrates that the front yard setback requirement of 15 feet would prevent them from constructing that 800 square foot ADU, the city must allow them to construct an ADU with less than 15-foot setback, 10 feet, 5 feet, we'll see. As far as side yard setback requirements is 4 feet per state law and 4 feet to the rear property line as well.
Okay, so those are still there. Right. Okay. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question for staff. So I'm going to do a hypothetical here. Does this law allow me to convert my garage and build a 2-story bottom floor garage and then an apartment on top of that garage?
That is correct.
Okay, and so you can build something like that as long as some space is livable?
Correct. That's some space, meaning a minimum of 150 square feet for an efficiency unit and up to 1,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I just wanted to end with a comment. We received several letters over the last couple of days from residents that were rightfully concerned that the council may not have shared this law, and we intentionally tried to, let's just say, sneak it under the radar without any announcement. This is what the Assembly passed several years ago, and unfortunately, we don't tend to pay particular attention to these things until it affects us personally, and that's where we are. And it really does bother me that the state is taking this blanket approach and making it applicable to every community, no matter what. No matter you're a wealthier community, a poor community, you're stuck with this legislation. Even if we all voted no to doing the ordinance, I don't think there's anything we can do about it. It would still go into effect. Is that right?
That's correct, and just to clarify, the state did start working on ADUs in 2016, and we've consistently upcoded our code, but these most recent changes were only signed by the governor on September 28th. So staff had to take those, incorporate them into our code, take them to planning commission, and then bring them to council. So there was no hide the ball, it's just they didn't give us much time to work on it.
Yes, and we appreciate staff. I mean, it was literally a running game to try to get these requirements so we could meet the state mandate. But I just wanted to make it very clear to all of those who wrote or called or spoke to someone in person, this was not us intentionally trying to slide something under the radar. This is something that has been coming. Our staff has been wonderful in trying to make sure that we're compliant with the state law. And it's unfortunate that we are losing our local control to be able to plan our cities based on our needs and not based on the needs of some other city or even in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. Given the infinite wisdom of our representatives in Sacramento and our governor who signed these bills into law, I'm joking. If we were to extrapolate how many potential new ADUs and junior ADUs could potentially be created in the city of Torrance, do we have any idea how many numbers that might be?
So per law, you are allowed to construct one ADU and one JADU on a single family residence. So that's 2 per lot, and you can multiply that by the number of lots, 50,000 or so.
Single family.
Around 36,000 or so.
Case. Correct.
Use the microphone when you give a number like that.
Oh, yeah, can you say that again in the microphone?
So the approximate number for single-family residences is about 36,000.
36,000 at present. So if each single-family resident were able to add 2 more units, so 36,000 times.
Over 100,000, yeah.
Okay, 100,000. So in the current law or in any trailing legislation or by way of administrative action, have our friends in Sacramento provided any additional appropriation for cities to pick up the slack on creating additional sewage, water, as one of the members of the public mentioned?
No.
So given our current infrastructure, and I don't know if we've done our own internal study or if there have been any statewide studies, if every city were to take on this massive new housing, how many billions of dollars are we talking about, and is there an appropriation from the state government to provide our city with that capacity?
The general answer is no, there's no appropriation. And you mentioned sewer capacity. I think there's a question earlier in the meeting regarding our ADUs included in the sewer capacity charge, and that's only when there's a new single-family residence being constructed in conjunction with an ADU. But if it's a new detached ADU or a conversion from existing space within a single-family residence, it's not included within the sewer charge.
So if all these new residents plus our existing residents decide to flush the toilet at the same time, we're going to have a problem. Okay. And I'm sorry to be, I'm not trying to make light of the issue, but I'm trying to emphasize the fact that our representatives in Sacramento didn't take into account what the impacts are going to be on us, residents, who are going to have to deal in some way with trying to provide for all this additional capacity, which is, as you know, it's not currently budgeted in our city budget. It's not in the state budget. So I'm just sort of throwing this out there. Unless we're able to provide the infrastructure support for these new units, how can we practically deliver these, even though there is a state law in effect? So it's a question. I'm not challenging the staff to come up with an answer, but I think for my colleague, Mr. Griffith, as he has been advocating for local control, and this is a clear misstep by our friends in Sacramento, overstepping our local control and our ability to control what we build here in Torrance. I really don't know how we can deliver on this state law without, tremendously lowering the quality of life, not just on the infrastructure, street parking, everything across the board, traffic. I just see a potential nightmare, and I really don't want to see our city become like a Venice or some of the other beach cities where you cannot find parking. It's overly dense. If there's a fire, God help the people who are stuck in a very dense environment who cannot escape, and our fire services can't get in to help. So I'm very troubled by this. I know that we'll all be monitoring how this goes forward, but we really need to find a way to push back here in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. It's pretty depressing, I'll say. We've been fighting this for years, it seems like. And I appreciate staff doing whatever you can to try to find ways to kind of push back, but the powers that be seem to be pretty darn strong, and the same people that come up with these policies keep on getting voted back in. But then once we get affected, then we start scrambling around. As Councilman Kaji mentioned, water, power, sewer, those are all things that are going to be affected. And of course, I think Councilman Griffith talks about, unfunded mandates? Yeah, unfunded mandates. They're putting a lot of stress on communities, and we're really getting very little for it. It's not really fixing in my opinion, it's not fixing, or neither will fix or has fixed the problem with cost of housing. As a matter of fact, building more housing in a beautiful city like ours is not going to necessarily lower the price. That whole supply and demand formula does not necessarily work with real estate when it comes to good schools, great police department and fire department and services, etc. I really do think that, of course, unfortunately, on the short answer right here is that we need to go ahead and approve this because we have a gun to our head. But in the long term, I really do think we need to look for those loopholes, kind of get creative. People say R1 zoning is history, so why not create a R1 zoning historic preservation overlay? Because I believe the laws allow us to be a little bit more flexible when it comes to historic preservation. I don't know, I'm just throwing stuff out there because our backs are against the wall, but easements, is there a way that we can create some kind of city easements to where it would give us a little bit more flexibility, kind of like a voluntary easement? Well, what's that easement for? It's a city easement. They want 30 feet of your front yard. Okay, we don't own it, but we have access to it. So is that something? Because, looking at this, you're talking about a 2-story structure being able to be built 15 feet away from the sidewalk, basically. And we can't do anything about it. I think if there's an easement, there might be a way to push back. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there as ideas. But ultimately, I think what we really, really need to talk about is suing the state. I know it sounds like a big order, but I think I know there's cities that have. I know we've joined in on some lawsuits, but I think we need to find ways to stall Sacramento and also hopefully get some support. But we need to really fight for local control. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they listen to us. They don't listen to the people. And the voters, unfortunately, a lot of them don't really know what's going on in Sacramento until it affects them. You know, when the person next door starts building that structure, that and nobody can do anything about it. So I really do think we need to put some effort and some thought into possibly filing a lawsuit because I know there is some financial impact. Property values are going to go down. They might go up for the people that are building the extra room, but they might go down for the people next door. So there is a financial loss there. There's a revenue loss, I think, in that we might be able to calculate in there. There's the fact that infrastructure-wise, you know, we need more police and fire. You know, that's a financial obligation that we're going to have that might actually, that's something that we can put down on paper and say, hey, Sacramento, you wanted this, now you have to, you know, cough it up. So it might hopefully change their tune in the long run, but it's going to be a long process, but we need to try to really hit the brakes on this. And the only way to, in my opinion, the only way to truly put a brakes on this is to file a major lawsuit, make the headlines, get other cities on board, and say enough Sacramento, because this is too much. This is too much. You're slowly destroying us. And I think that's the message we need to send to everyone. I'm kind of saddened by the fact that these individuals that come up, Wiener up in San Francisco, keeps on coming up with these laws and they get voted in. And the people that vote for it get voted in. And I just don't understand. I mean, just based on that, they shouldn't be voted in. I don't care if they're Democrats or Republicans. They're destructive. These are destructive policies. And whether you believe that there's a housing shortage or not, it doesn't matter. This is not the solution. This is not the solution. You know, we can't just throw buildings just anywhere within our city and expect to have zero impact on everything. Again, we do have a gun to our head, and I think we need to approve this because we have to. But I think we need to come back with some really, really, really creative ideas and hopefully a lawsuit that rocks Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to again recognize Councilmember Griffiths. He had the foresight of stepping up to the plate and trying to educate as many people as he could and gather as many people as he could to kind of lead this charge. And I just want to say I appreciate you for that. And Councilmember Matucci, you took my exact words. I was going to suggest that we use some funds and resources to fight back. I mean, how do you recall a bill? Is it even possible? But I think I think it's our only choice now. So I would support that effort very much and would like us to consider doing that. Allocate funds, allocate resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you. I see our conversation is devolving a little bit more into the whole local control issue, which is fine. I think it's an important topic. And so I want to add a few more comments that I think are really important, not just in local control, but in the scope of this particular agenda item. This particular agenda item is really geared towards the new bills, which are really just modifying previous bills that we've already incorporated into our ordinances. And as my colleague, Councilmember Lewis mentioned, we've been dealing with these changes to our ordinance now for years. So for anyone who hasn't been paying attention to what we've been doing here every year for the last 4 or 5 years now, we've been having to make changes to our ordinances as a result of these state bills that have been coming down, constantly attacking our ability to manage our own land and zoning in our communities, specifically and primarily in regards to our residential properties. So this is nothing new. It's not anything new that the council's never discussed. There's several new council members here that are new to the discussion, but this is something that's been long-standing issues in our city, and unfortunately, it's just too unknown to our public, as mentioned by some of the messages that we've received from the public. The public just doesn't know what's going on, and we somehow need to figure out a way to educate the public on what Sacramento is doing to us, so that we just can somehow put up a fight and not blindly take what's thrown at us. And I want to touch on some comments that Councilmember Kaji made about these issues about infrastructure and other issues that these bills don't take into consideration or provide us any funding to support, the so-called unfunded mandates, which is a common term that we've been using in our fight, is that the state's making these changes but providing us no assistance whatsoever financially to deal with the impacts that these changes will have on our community. And people mention things like sewer, water, but we don't even have the power to charge our vehicles, our electric vehicles, in the summertime when our power grid is overtaxed. How are we going to provide more power? What about the police and the fire, the public safety requirements for this increased amount of people in our community? Those things are not taken into consideration in these bills. What about the schools and the amount of additional potential new students that will be impacting our schools? None of that is being provided for in these bills that the state is promoting to us. So I want to make sure people are aware that there's a lot of impact that these bills and the effect of these bills can have on our community, and it will be our responsibility as a community to pay for that, and the state will not be there for us to help pay for that. As far as the idea of a lawsuit, we already are in 2 lawsuits against the state in relation to issues of local control. We're already in a lawsuit against SB 9. We have been now for, how long has it been? Almost a year. That lawsuit is moving very slowly, as things do in our courts. And I'll be honest with you, as part of the effort that I've been doing separate from my city council role in trying to fight local control, I've been working and reaching out to elected officials in cities all across our state, asking those cities to join in with us on that lawsuit. And it's terribly disappointing to see how few cities are willing to step up and do that. So either we're unique in that regard and we have the guts to do it, and maybe nobody else has the guts to do it, or maybe we're on the wrong side of this whole issue. I think it's just unfortunate. I think a lot of the other cities lack the guts to stand up to the state. So I'm a little concerned that if the other cities aren't willing to jump in with us, we're going to be wasting a lot of money on lawsuits. So I'm a little hesitant. As much as I agree with the idea of suing the state on these issues, I'm a little hesitant unless we see some potential positive results from the lawsuits we're already in. And just for the record, the other lawsuit that we're in is a lawsuit against the state, the HCD, in regards to the RENA allocations, and which require us now as a city over the next RENA allocation period to increase the amount of units of residential housing by 5,000 units in our city. And most people have no idea what that is about either. But that's a tremendous impact to our city. Again, without any support from the state to provide any funding for us to provide the infrastructure that I just talked about related to all that additional growth. And if we were to, in fact, build that 5,000 units that the state's requiring us to build over the next several years, that's increasing our residential units almost 10% in just a couple of years. That's a huge increase in the number of units that the state is requiring us. And that's why, with the concurrence of our council, we did join a lawsuit to fight that, because we think that the number that they're asking us to build is just outrageous based on our capabilities to provide locations to build that type of housing. The last thing I wanted to ask, just to, once again, obviously there's I think we touched on it already, is what if we don't approve this, these changes to our ordinance? What exactly will happen? What's the potential penalty?
There are several steps that would take place beginning January 1st. ADUs, regardless of what takes place this evening, ADUs would be allowed by right, as they currently are already. You can build up to 25 feet tall, 1,000 square feet in size, 5 foot, 4 foot side yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks. But the next steps from this evening would be to send HCD a copy of the adopted ordinance within 60 days of adoption. HCD would then have time to review that ordinance and then send back a letter of determination as to whether the ordinance complies with state law or not, and then give the city of Torrance 30 days to respond, either with proposed amendments, again, to the ordinance, if it's found not to comply with state law, or a resolution as to why the ordinance does comply with state law, or alternatively, the last option would be to not comply with HCD's determination. At that time, HCD can refer the matter to the Attorney General, and then the Attorney General could take action against the city.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm going to make a comment. I hope I don't get myself in trouble by doing this. As has been mentioned here, I've been involved in an outside organization that's been trying to fight these types of bills that are coming out of Sacramento. And I am in tremendous need of volunteers who are passionate about wanting to fight Sacramento on these bills. And if there are people out there who are interested in joining in that fight, I would love to talk with you. And if you wouldn't mind sharing with me your name and phone number via an email, I'll be in contact with you and tell you more. But if people are passionate about wanting to try to make change, it's time to step up and volunteer. And I would be very grateful for any help that could be provided in continuing that effort. So that's enough comments from me for tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to echo with all the comments made by all my colleagues. I know that we have exhausted all resources. We sent letters, did a lot of things. In your expert opinion, is there anything that we can do to get a different way to explore different areas? I mean, different options? What can we do? Is there, I mean, what I'm hearing that there's nothing we can do, but still, do you think by coordinating efforts and filing a lawsuit and having other regional cities join us, do you think there's a chance?
I think I'll rest with you, Mr. Orts. It really depends on what a court would find. And we're probably looking at, as Councilman Griffith said, a couple years down the line just to get a trial court decision. And then even if we were to win, the state would appeal it up and we go through the appellate courts and the Supreme Court. So you're probably looking at 3 to 5, 3 to 7 years to get a decision.
What will be the role of Planning Commission if we take that out? Most of the cases are about this.
Well, this would only be about ADUs. They would still have all the other precise plans and other matters like that. This would only be ADUs that would not be in their purview.
Just for clarification purpose, I know that we touched base about having 5,000 units in the next 8 years. That's the required. So with this, there's no requirement. Anyone can apply, and that can go up to 10,000, right? There's no ramifications. If everybody wants to apply, they can get an ADU. So 5,000 requirements doesn't mean anything.
I think the limitation would really be people's ability to build it and have the funding to build these units. I don't think the vast majority of people will do it, just financially. But there will be a number of people that do it. But what that number is, it will depend on people's own financial ability to do so.
So are we saying that, okay, you think it's people not gonna, it's not vast majority of people that will do that? That's the assumption?
Your Honor,
yeah.
Apologies for the interruption, Mr. Sullivan. Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Although under a different name, second units previously, until the state changed the name to ADUs in 2012, second units, ADUs, have been with cities under a forced mandate from Sacramento since technically January 1, 2003. The city, as was pointed out by Councilman Griffiths, has always responded to state legislation, and we've amended our local ordinances by a quick count of at least 6 or 7 times. More progressively, it seems like almost on an annual basis since 2016. In that time, we have seen a growth in ADUs, but over 20 years, we have not seen thousands of ADUs be realized over the course of an annual period or 2 or 3 year periods. I apologize for putting community development on the spot, but if they know offhand approximate numbers where we've been seeing them trend, at least since the most recent bills that have really reduced the amount of parking that can be required by the local agency, we've seen them in the 60s, the 80s on an annual basis. Again, we have 33 to 36,000 single-family residences in the city. If they're hovering around 100, that's much less it's not as ominous as a full conversion. And I think where our city attorney was going is we're not going to see an overnight conversion. This will be gradual, and they will be ever increasing because we have seen the numbers increase on an annual basis. But some of the constraints are personal finances. Another huge constraint is the development of the lot as exists today. Short of totally scraping the lot and building anew, that's not in the cards for most homeowners in the city. So likely what we will see is more garage conversions. We'll see conversions of carports in multifamily developments because that is something that is also allowed by prior state legislation. So we're going to continue to see this, but it likely won't be an overnight conversion over the next few years.
So if some of the residents, they convert their garage into ADUs, will their property be reassessed?
Yes, that is correct.
They have to pay the property tax based on the new market value, right? So
That is correct. So at the time of the final inspection and the building permissions as well, the Building Safety Division, Community Development Department does send notification to the county assessor of the improvements made to the property.
If I may interject, I believe it's only the amount of the actual construction value. So if they spend, let's say, $90,000, the assessed value goes up to $90,000. I think what you're asking if it gets reassessed to the actual market value, but it doesn't. It's just the improvement amount.
That is
gets
correct,
added.
and that'd be for the county assessor.
All right, thank you so much.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I had a question earlier that I forgot. Oddly enough, as I was reading through the agenda packet, I was watching tiny houses. So how are those, would they be more of the mobile home part, or can someone go buy a tiny house from one of the many manufacturers around here and that be considered an ADU as long as they take it off the wheels?
Yes, tiny houses or pre-manufactured homes are permitted by state law. And then with a building permit, they would be anchored to the ground, connected to the utility, so they have a permanent foundation.
Okay, and that's the requirement, that they have to have a permanent foundation?
Correct.
Is that correct?
It would not be mobile, not your traditional tiny house you see on TV where they go off into the farm. It's founded to the ground.
Got it. And then the other question I wanted to follow up with is if, is Prop 13 expired? Has it sunsetted yet? So if you add on any addition to your home, it gets assessed?
As Mr. Orts mentioned, the Building and Safety Division does provide a notification to the county assessor. And as Councilman Matucci confirmed, the county assessor will reassess your property tax based on the improvement value, not from when you originally purchased it, but just the improvement value.
Okay, I just wanted to do that. And then the last thing that I wanted to add is I don't want the community to think that all of us up here are against putting new homes in our community. This is not what this is about. We are just simply asking that we take a deliberate approach in planning our own community. And when construction happens or conversions happen, that we have some type of say-so, so we can provide the master plan for our city, and we're not getting caught up in the net of comparing us to everyone else. That is really the thing that is bothering me about this entire mandate that we have to comply with. Thank you, Mayor.
It's like I'm just checking to give the councils a little time to click in. Not, we'll go to the public. Go ahead, read off the list.
Judy Brunetti.
Good evening, Judy Brunetti, Riviera Homeowners Association. The bills we're discussing tonight were passed into law this past year by the California State Legislature. Both bills begin by saying the people of the state of California do enact as follows. In fact, almost none of the people in the state of California had ever heard about AB 2221 or SB 897 before this month. There were no public notifications. There were no opportunities to vote for or against. There were no hearings, no mass mailings. Even news coverage about this has been minimal. The very quiet way that these laws that affect the whole state are being written and passed by a small group of people is disturbing. It's not transparent. It's heavy-handed. The reason for these laws is to solve the affordable housing crisis. But the real reason seems to lie with the financial supporters. Development and construction firms really want these laws. If these laws go into effect, imagine the reaction of hillside overlay residents when their ocean view is blocked by a 2-story ADU, or a view of the Redondo Pier is cut out by an ADU built out 5 additional feet toward the property line. Both of these are possibilities. The increased density, haphazard construction styles, and loss of views and property value would be terrible. The City of Torrance has a good community development department, strict zoning and planning laws, and a general plan. The state of California is trying to overrule these and force us to follow a set of rules that are one size fits all and don't consider any special conditions. We support anything that the city can do to fight back against these laws. We want you to fight against these unfair new laws. The laws are outrageous, and we are outraged.
Thank you.
Connie Smith.
I'm Connie. Only through my involvement in a proposed development next to our family home on the Hollywood Riviera did I become aware of AB 2221 and SB 897. Otherwise, I would be completely clueless about these bills. While canvassing the Hollywood Riviera before the November 8th City Council meeting to obtain 165 signatures to uphold the Hillside Overlay Ordinance, not one resident brought up either of these bills. I'm infuriated to think the California State Legislature is rubber stamping these bills in a cookie-cutter fashion across the board for all cities. I feel as if this group of bureaucrats is trying to pull a fast one on residents by keeping the majority of us in the dark by not publicizing more about these bills. Will this mean that the homeowners must now disregard the Hillside Overlay Ordinance that has been in place to protect our air, light, views, and privacy after being in existence for 38 years? I believe the lawmakers were short-sighted when passing these bills, which would put a tremendous strain on our electricity, sewer systems, water supply, and more. I'm disgruntled to learn these bills were just signed September 28th of this year, going into effect January 1st of 2023, with such little time for us to fight back against what we feel are detrimental bills for the good of our city and the well-being of our communities. I urge you to restrict ADUs to 1 story and maintain current distance designations in the Hillside Overlay. The good of our community rests in your hands. Therefore, I implore you to support the existing Hillside Overlay Ordinance, push back against the implementation of these unfair bills. Also, I hear opposition from the City Council. I appreciate Bridget Lewis bringing that to my attention. And please try and be creative.
Thank you. I think for those who don't know, there is a legislature update sponsored by the South Bay Cities Council of Government that will be held Thursday, January 12th, 2023 via Zoom. So our state legislatures will be there. So it's a good opportunity to share some of your feelings, get help. Are there any other public comments?
There are no speakers signed up, Your Honor.
You can come up, sir.
Thank you. I don't know what happens to these cards, but I certainly did fill one out. Okay, so we got this movement that is going to rip apart the fabric of the community. And we're hearing that it's not going to happen overnight. We've heard that several times. But if it happens in 5 years, that's really a kick in the pants. It's a problem. We need to find a way to deal with it. And yeah, going to unite with the Southern California other governments, that's certainly something that we should be doing. But this is a real mess. But what did happen with the cards? Mr. Mayor, I'm asking you. You asked me to direct my comments to you. What happens with these cards? Do they fall out of the box here?
I don't know what happened to the cards.
The box is even gone. Okay.
It's okay, sir. You're still allowed to speak. Anyone else? Come on up.
I'd like to address what you may be able to do in the short term here to reduce the city's exposure to misuse of ADUs, et cetera, et cetera. I'm concerned that in the hillside overlay, because the state law talks about certainty and clarity, it may end up confusing what is two-story and one-story and what can be done. And I suggest that you add to anything that you adopt a statement that says, regardless of other statements in this stuff, in the hillside overlay, all that is allowed, be it called an ADU or whatever, is a one-story structure with a height of, let's say, 16 feet, whatever it is above grade. This may give you, hopefully, an opportunity for you, the Plan Commission, the local people, to review these things in some detail and avoid hooks in here that may allow a property owner to say, oh, I'm building an ADU, and because we got to have certainty and you're not certain about whether it's two-story or one-story under some circumstances, I'm going to build an ADU that's two-story. I ask you, I ask you to add to anything that you pass tonight a provision saying, hey, for the time being, till we got a chance to look at it, anything in the hillside overlay cannot be over one story. That's something you can do now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
James Henry, I'd like to add some food for thought. Like, will this be a boon for contractors? And who will be these contractors? Any special treatment? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just a suggestion on possible barrier to proceeding, because I agree with everything that we're talking about. This is a big issue, right? I live in the hillside overlay as well. A thought about, could a barrier to entry to begin the process, if we have to in the short term, go down this path? Could it possibly be a permit fee that is excessive, shall I say? Or some other adjective that might be thought of it, to create a barrier to entry for beginning the process when we want to actually deter the process. just a suggestion. We're trying to think out of the box, okay?
Thank you. I think I see someone coming up.
I'm Pam Popovich, co-president with Judy Brunetti, by the way, of the Riviera Homeowners Association. I want to start out by acknowledging the work that Mike Griffiths has been doing on all of these issues and our lack of, our loss of local control. I'm strongly opposed to any state-imposed mandates that cancel or weaken the requirements of our historic hillside overlay ordinance. So yes, please do what you can, and we're with you, and I'm really happy to hear that the council people are opposed to what's going on in Sacramento. And Mike, I hope that you get more volunteers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last call.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to probably offend at least half the people in here and half the people out there. I'm sorry. I'm going to put my glasses on. I'm sorry, I can't read my stuff. I do remember, Councilman Griffiths, when you did bring that up, because that's been on my mind for a long time, this whole thing. So yes, you did bring it up. And no, nobody's trying to get anything, you guys are not trying to get over on the city. I think a lot of this is to make room for everybody they're letting over the border. They're not going to stop at 5,000. They're going to go to 10,000, just like you said, Councilman Shake, right? I'm sorry, got to get all the names right. I'm nervous. Streets are crowded enough. The schools are crowded enough. The hospitals are crowded. Public safety has gotten horrible. People coming over they don't respect our laws. They endanger our police. They endanger our fire. And it's ridiculous. If the state wanted to do something and build houses for anybody, it should be for our homeless vets that are out there freezing in the cold. We need to stop electing Democrats. And this is where I'm going to offend people. And not just, we got to vote these people up there out of office. And not just vote in another one with a D, because they're even more progressive than what's up there now. They're sneaking this stuff by. It's just insane. They have a supermajority. Nobody can stop them. There's just nothing. They're just letting loose, and we're paying for it. They took away our plastic bags because they said paper is, oh my God, we're killing the environment. This is what they're coming after next, people. They want to ban.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Mr. Mayor and council men and councilwomen, all of you live in the city of Torrance. We got a lot of people here that live in the city of Torrance. I've lived here all my life. We love the city. It's a safe city. People get their kids educated here because the school system's great. And despite what the group thought today, we got one of the best police departments around. We got a wonderful police officer here. We got a great fire department. And I think all of you are on our side on this. And the only thing I got to say is, what are we scared of? Let's sue the state. What are we scared of? Why are we scared of the state? Let's go after them. Let's try and do something about this. This is ridiculous what they're doing to us. We can't just sit back and let them run all over us. So what if we have 1 or 2 or 3 other lawsuits? Sometimes that's just what you have to do. And let's do it, and let's get it done. Let's not be scared of them. Let's go after them. Thank you.
I did not even come here and it's going. Anyway, so this is what you call pull your umbrella out after the storm is gone. This is like when you acting like you did anything to stop this 6 years ago. You say you did everything, but you didn't, and you did not accomplish anything. And you are getting a dose of your same medicine. You making laws here, ordinances here, but everybody has to obey. But when the county or the state of California makes a law, you are crying like little babies. Oh, you cannot do this to me, Daddy. How many times did you guys go up to Sacramento? The dude was here last meeting or 2 meetings ago. What did you tell him? He was right here and telling you how good is everything. And by the way, for your knowledge, more residents, more income to the city, more inconvenience for the residents, more ADUs, more property taxes, more ADUs, more schools, more children can overcrowd our schools. My kid went to school here, but was built for 250, and they were 750. What did you do about it? You're celebrating your good school district. There is no room for the children. They're eating outside in the rain in 3 sessions. No room for the children. But you stood up for us. You stood up for us. You guys are a joke.
Is that our last public comment? Okay, let's call the joke to the end. Anyone want to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Okay.
You can ask the questions after the public hearing unless you want the public to comment again. It's up to you. But you can close the public hearing and ask questions of staff after the public hearing is closed.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I believe Councilman Griffith first clicked in.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple things I wanted to address, a couple comments that were made by the public. As far as trying to restrict our ability to allow these things by putting ridiculously high permit fees, that would be illegal for us to do. Our fees have to be based on our actual costs, and correct me if I'm wrong. So that would be an illegal move on our part that we would be brought to task on. Appreciate the effort, though. The other comment I wanted to make is that someone proposed that we limit ADUs to 1 story in the hillside overlay area, and that also would break the law that's being proposed, and so that would put us in a bad spot. We cannot do that without violating this new law and then creating a bigger problem for us. So unfortunately, I appreciate the people thinking of ideas. Unfortunately, those 2 specific ideas won't fly. There is something else that the public can do to help with this situation, and I apologize for not mentioning it earlier. We talk about lawsuits that we could potentially file and have filed, but there is something that the whole public can do, and there is a movement called Our Neighborhood Voices, and it is a movement to put a ballot initiative on the November 2024 ballot that would restore local control and reverse all of these bills that have been hitting our cities statewide, and it would reverse bills like SB 9. It would, or maybe not reverse, but it would strike them down essentially. And if this ballot initiative gets onto the November 24 ballot, which will require a ton of signatures and a lot of money, we have the opportunity to vote with our votes to overturn these laws. And so I recommend everyone who's interested in fighting to go to ourneighborhoodvoices.com, read about this ballot initiative, support it with your efforts and with your dollars to help make sure that that initiative gets on the November 2024 ballot to fight this. Because just because we have the lawsuits in place, it's not necessarily going to overturn anything. But if we were successful with this particular ballot initiative, there would be a potential possibility for doing that. Although it will be expensive and difficult, because there will be a tremendous amount of financial resistance from the developers and others who support these bills. But it is really the one way that the voters can take control of this situation. And I encourage everyone to pay attention to that particular thing. And I'll be finished with my comments and ready to make a motion when appropriate.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilman Griffiths had two of the three of the things that I have listed here, but I just wanted to go back and review so everyone's on the same page. ADUs and junior ADUs are not in the Planning Commission's purview, correct? So if someone applies for an ADU, whether it's 2-story or 1-story, it will not go to the Planning Commission.
That is correct, Councilmember.
Just wanted to make that clear to everyone. Mr. Sullivan. Uh-oh, he's giving me the look. Let's just say, for hypothetical sake, we all ceremoniously voted no on this, right? Is there a way we can bring it back before the deadline?
You'd have to bring it back on the 20th. I'm sure staff in the Community Development Department would really enjoy that, but you could do that if you wanted to, but if it's just a ceremonial thing, you might just want to vote yes with an explanation that you really don't like it, rather than bring it back twice, but that's up to the council.
Understood. I just wanted to make sure we were going through all of our options. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. A final option, Mr. Sullivan. Can we file any type of stop or delay based on things like our lack of infrastructure, our city being built out, lack of resources to support it?
We could seek a writ of mandate or some sort of restraining order, but you have to show a likelihood of irreparable harm, and I'm not sure that we could show it based on the current rates of ADU development. That I don't think a court would show that it would have that massive effect at these current approval rates to block the state law based on that grounds of infrastructure.
But how long would it take them to reply? We're saying that it will take us 7 years to...
No, the judge won't grant the initial restraining
they won't
order
even grant it.
because there's no showing of irreparable harm. I don't think we could show it based on the numbers that CDD talked about tonight.
We can't try. That's all I have.
They would have to sign the declaration under penalty of perjury, so they can only use the data that we have.
Okay. Councilman Kaji.
Question for staff, since we're now committed to this RENA number of approximately 5,000 units to deliver. Do any of these ADU or junior ADU units fall under and allow us to meet that 5,000 RENA number?
Yes. Councilmember, yes, they do. ADUs and JDUs are credited towards the RENA.
Okay, so any mix of ADUs plus new units coming online, we hit that, we're done as far as RENA?
Yes, they're credited towards the RENA.
Okay, thank you.
I think Councilman Griffith, you're up. Do you want the ordinance numbers first?
Yes, please.
And both urgency ordinance number, please.
So am I reading these and at one time, will there be one vote and one motion, one vote, or will it be separate?
Let's give us the numbers, and then I'll let Councilman Griffith, he'll probably try to do it on one swoop.
Yes, Your Honor. That says ordinance number 3910, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Torrance Municipal Code Chapter 2, Article 2 of Division 9 by amending Section 92.2.10 and Section 92.2.11, and amending Chapter 5, Article 3 of Division 9 by deleting Section 95.3.40 regarding accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. The next one is urgency ordinance number 3911, an urgency zoning ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Torrance Municipal Code Chapter 2, Article 2 of Division 9 by amending Section 92.2.10 and Section 92.2.11, and amending Chapter 5, Article 3 of Division 9 by deleting Section 95.3.40 regarding accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units.
Thank you, City Clerk. With that information, very, very, very reluctantly, and it has nothing to do with my feelings about staff's efforts, but very reluctantly, I would like to make a motion that we concur with the staff's recommendation that we adopt an ordinance number 3910, amending the municipal code, and adopt an urgency ordinance number 3911, amending the Torrance Municipal Code, approve the ordinance summary for publication, approve urgency ordinance summary for publication, and the additional thing that I requested was a policy addition to require the city staff to post a public notice on the job site for the duration until final inspection is complete, stating that this is a project under such and such a law, and if they have questions, to direct them to our state legislators. And that would be my motion. And include their phone numbers.
That's one big motion. Before I second it, I just wanted to express our thanks and gratitude to our Community Development Department and also our City Attorney's Office and the City Manager's Office. This is a lot, and we appreciate you being such a dynamic team and guiding us through this unfortunate process. And so with a asterisk, I second the motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10C. This is a recommendation of the Community Development Director that City Council conduct a public hearing regarding development of the 5-year consolidated plan covering fiscal years 2022 to 2026 and an annual action plan covering fiscal year 2022 to 2023. The public hearing will be conducted as follows. Staff will begin with a presentation and respond to any question from the City Council. Afterwards, a public comment period will begin with each speaker having 2 minutes to speak. At the conclusion of the public comment period, this council will close the public hearing and take action on this matter. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, it has, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The item before the City Council is a public hearing to obtain citizens' input on the development of the city's 5-year consolidated plan covering the period July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2027, and the annual action plan covering the period July 1st, 2022 and June 30th, 2023. The City of Torrance is a federally entitlement grant recipient of Home Investment Partnerships, or HOME funds, from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The city has previously declined these funds. In April of 2022, the City Council directed staff to accept the fiscal year 2022-23 allocation of $516,063. In accepting these funds, the city now must submit a 5-year consolidated plan along with an annual action plan. The 5-year consolidated plan describes the city's community development priorities and multi-year goals based on an assessment of housing and community development needs, an analysis of housing and economic market conditions, and available resources. The annual action plan includes the proposed activities, resources, and expenditures for the home program for the fiscal year 2022-23. These monies can be used to fund a wide range of housing activities, including building, buying, and/or rehabilitating affordable housing for rent or home ownership, or providing direct rental assistance to low-income people. Tonight, the city welcomes any recommendations, suggestions, or allowable funding request on the city's 5-year consolidated plan and fiscal year 2022-23 annual action plan. To properly evaluate all proposed projects, it is recommended that the City Council defer making any recommendations this evening. A summary of all funding requests and staff recommendations will be provided to the City Council for review at a future meeting. I would also like to inform the City Council that there is currently a community survey on the city's website to assist in the development of this consolidated plan. The survey can be found at www.torranceca.gov/consolidated plan. I would highly encourage the public to complete the survey as it will be available through December 19th, 2022. That concludes staff's presentation. If any members of the City Council have questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the City Council have any questions for staff at this time? Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. If I read correctly, back in 2022, we declined. We didn't want to apply for these funds.
The city automatically receives a notification because we're a federally entitlement jurisdiction, receives notice each year of these funds. And in previous years, we've declined them. And just recently, in April of 2022, the City Council had directed staff to go ahead and accept our next year's allocation.
Just for clarification purposes, why didn't we do last year? I mean, back in, what was the reason we didn't go for it? Did any?
Well, I wasn't here, but I would have to assume that it probably has to do with we weren't as that. The need for the development wasn't like it was today, where now we can use these funds to assist developers in providing low to moderate income housing. We can partner with developers. We have our homeless shelter. If we wanted to expand on that, this could be a use for providing some type of housing for the homelessness, senior housing. We also have a rehabilitation program. This would help subsidize that rehabilitation program and not only allow it for seniors and disabled, but expand it open to families. So I think right now, as times have changed, and there's been a greater need.
That's accurate.
Thank you. You were not even present, but you knew the answer. Thank you. What will be the criteria to qualify for this? Will that be first come, first service, or are there certain criteria?
Well, first we have to develop the programs.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons for tonight is to listen to the community, as well as if any of the council members have any recommendations for this. Then staff would go back and we would allocate certain amounts of funding for, depending on what those activities we wanted to see done within our community. But the bottom line is you have to be low to moderate income in order to apply for these funds. And then generally it is based on a first come, first served basis for the programs that are developed.
Thank you. Just final question. So will that be restricted funds that we obtaining for certain study we can done, or what will be the criteria to use these funds?
You can use them for rehabilitation, you can use them for building, you can use them for to help subsidize the provide rental assistance, anything dealing with housing and affordable housing.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the council? Thank you. Deputy City Clerk Salazar, has anyone submitted speaker cards?
Do not have any speaker cards, Your Honor.
Then we'll just go, anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Hello, everyone. This is Paul Chop. If I understand this right, you guys want to receive a $516,000 government grant. And this is very nice, but it's like a minuscule amount. And I kind of disappointed the government, cut up all these funds because I'm for the homeless, I'm for the Army veterans who are on the streets, and this is a joke, $516,000. But if you accept it, please spend it on like the only thing I can say good, help people paying their rent so they don't go on the street. Or similar things like that, because it's a very small amount of money for a city, but it would help a few people with their rent so they don't go on the street. And also, I don't know why are you thinking with this money building new houses or whatever. Like $516,000 does absolutely nothing to build a house. You know what I mean? So this money should be spent either helping the homeless to get out of homelessness or help the people with their rent who they're behind. So whoever has eviction notices, that's the only way I see this money to well spent. I don't want a penny of them. I can still pay my property taxes. So, but save some for me too because they are going up also. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else from the public? If not, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Do you want to do it after the public hearing? Yeah, just like last time. Yeah.
Make a motion to close public hearing?
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. When you say that it could be used for housing and affordable housing, could it be used to help subsidize the transition for the individuals in our 3290?
No, it cannot. It can't be for services. That would be considered a service, but it could assist if there was housing being built. It could assist, help subsidize actually units being built. And then a percentage of those units would be dedicated to low to moderate income.
I see. So it can be used for a unit, not for an individual paid for something. Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Anyone else from the council? I will make a suggestion. I think they were asking for suggestions, but my suggestion is what I see on the bottom of page 2 looks pretty good as a start. Hopefully it doesn't cause us $500K to get $500K back. So that was all I had. Anyone else from the council? If not, let's take a motion to, I think this one is to concur, right?
It would just be a receive and file then.
Receive and file.
Mm-hmm.
Take a motion to receive and file.
I make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Great. There are no agency agenda. There are no second readings. We're now moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers in the orals are only limited to oral communications. Number 1, Or number 2, speakers, please turn off your cell phone when you come to the microphone. And if you're presenting material, please provide 10 copies. Do we have anyone who has signed up?
We do not, Your Honor.
Okay, I see someone walking up.
For the sake of all the other orals, only because there's only a minute for this one and I don't do it very well, I'm going to tell you all right now. I want to say this is my opening, and you're going to have this for all the other ones because there's no time to talk. So, good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff. I stand with our firefighters, our police, our first responders, and our city workers. So that's, every time I come up, just remember I said that. And I want to apologize. Like I said, I didn't want to offend people, but it's really those jerks in Sacramento. That's all. I apologize, but they're not what they used to be. So if we want to solve all this, we got to vote them out. They're just a bunch of snakes up there. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Anyone else from the public?
Hello, this is Pork Chop again. I'm sure you guys are aware of the accident at the airport, and I did some investigation in the case, and I was very interested why is this accident happened, and find out if that was a pilot training or not. The only thing I could find out, it was an 81-year-old guy circling around the airport 18 times with 4 years of experience as a pilot. He was 747 pilot or whatever. So what I don't understand, circling 18 times, is he was instructing that guy who also died, or he was just showing his airplane? Even his relatives did not want to fly with him. Even his relatives refused to fly with him.
Thank you, sir. I think we exhausted the public, looks like. So we'll bring it back up to the council here. Yeah, or the public exhausted us, sure. Councilman Griffith, I think you're first.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing. I just want to wish everybody a good night.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
I concur with my colleague, Mr. Griffith. Good night.
I think everybody's trying to beat the midnight deadline. Councilwoman Kalani.
Oh, gosh. Okay, I'll hurry. The Torrance Theater Company still has tickets available for the Christmas show, The Cordray Christmas Variety Hour. Go to www.torrancetheatercompany.com to order your tickets for the December 8th through December 17th shows. Hurry, because several performances are sold out. I have two more things. Experience in person the 134th Rose Parade theme, Turning the Corner with the magic of New Year's Day in an unrivaled celebration exclusive to the streets of Pasadena. The parade will feature majestic floral floats, high-stepping equestrian units, and spirited marching bands from throughout the world. For the cost of only $140 per person, you can watch the City of Torrance Rose Float from your reserved premium mid-route grandstand seat. Your tickets include round-trip transportation from Wilson Park, parade program, bottle of water, and your premium grandstand seat. The bus will depart at 5:00 a.m. and return at approximately 12 noon. There are 50 tickets left, so order your ticket now to ensure your place in the parade route. Ticket sales end November 13th. And now for that bucket list experience of a lifetime, there are still 2 seats available to ride the City of Torrance float. For information, visit the website at torrancerosefloat.org. I wanted to thank the Torrance Civic Chorale. I really thought that they lifted the mood to the beginning of our meeting, and I also wish you all a great and wonderful week. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to announce this earlier, but hopefully the message will get back to our amazing finance department. And the community does need to know that for the first time ever, the City of Torrance has received the Government Finance Officer Association, GFOA for short, Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the fiscal year of 2022 to 2023 budget document. It is a beautiful budget document posted on the website. The award is the highest form of recognition in governmental budgeting and represents a significant achievement for the City of Torrance. In addition to receiving this award on our adopted budget, we also received special recognition for special long-range finance plans. Under the Finance Director, Sheila Passan, we would also like to give special recognition to Ian Daly, Joe Pham, and Christopher Coparubius, who ensured that all of the mandatory criteria to receive this award was met. In the next couple of days, you will see the certificate and a press release. And from all of us here to our finance department, congratulations, that is actually well done. And then I have one more announcement. I will be hosting the City of Torrance District 2 Community Meeting coming up on Monday, December 12th from 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. at the Toyota Meeting Hall, which is located at 3033 Civic Center Drive. I invite everyone to come. If you've missed your community meetings, you are more than welcome to join either mine, and then we have additional community meetings coming up for Districts 3, 4, and 6. For this community meeting that we're having on the 12th, there is also a virtual option through Microsoft Teams, which the meeting ID number on Microsoft Teams is 227-748-416-087, and the passcode is 4, capital F as in Frank, lowercase I, lowercase p, lowercase u, and the number 7. Some of the topics that we will be discussing will be Beach City's Health District, the Metro Line extension, the Police Department updates, homeless outreach, fire department safety and emergency management, sidewalk vending, and we will also have the city manager's team to provide updates. As a special bonus, I know you're used to seeing all of our faces, but we're actually gonna have the Future Business Leaders of America West High School team, students that are actually gonna come and facilitate the meeting for us. So they're gonna do some introductions, they're gonna do the Zoom and actually read the questions. They're gonna help facilitate the meeting instead of the community getting stuck with all of us boring people up here. So thank you and good night.
Thank you from us boring people up here. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to keep it short. With the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah, regardless of what you celebrate, I think it's an important time to maybe pick up the phone and call family members and friends that you haven't talked to in a long time. The holidays are kind of strange because they're very happy for those of us that have family and friends close by. But there's a lot of people that actually, I've noticed so many people that posted that they had Thanksgiving on their own. And whether that's a personal choice or circumstances, doesn't matter. I think sometimes, just getting that little text, hey, happy Thanksgiving, gobble gobble, come over, have some, leftovers, whatever it might be. It could be that, that phone call that can change a person's life, And anyways, we lost a few friends this year. It almost seems like every year there's, somebody less in the world that maybe that we knew. They're not going to be at the celebration with us, but I think it's just a good time to not wait for that moment and pick up the phone. I think it's very important. Family is everything. Friendships are very valuable for our state of mind, and don't miss that opportunity. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I have about 20 items. No, just only 3. First, Kathy Sutton was here, requested to participate, everyone public, about the toy drive by Surf. That's going to be on December the 10th at 11 a.m. at 2325 Crenshaw Boulevard. She needs a volunteer, and I request everyone if they can join and volunteer. And she's also requesting for some toys if you can donate. It's an important cause. Surf has been doing that for the last 11 years. Another boring meeting that will be held by me on December 22nd at the Katie Geyser Library. You all are invited, and there will be some cookies as well. That may somebody bring more people in. Chocolate chip too, that's right. Chocolate chip too, that's right. And some coffee. And additionally, I want to request people to enjoy my favorite program, which is Torrance TV Cable, Torrance City Cable. They have a lot of good information there. Upcoming events are posted there that talk about the events that we have been involved. We've been involved and engaged ourselves. So please watch that as well. And also want to say happy holiday and echo with Councilman Matucci. Call your friends, family, and say happy holidays to them. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I think you're trying to lure people with chocolate chip cookies. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. As a reminder, if you enjoy the sounds of the Torrance Civic Chorale earlier this evening, I encourage you to attend their upcoming concert, taking place on Friday, December 16th at 8 p.m. at the James Armstrong Theater. I can't think of a better way to celebrate the holidays. Thank you again for joining us tonight. We'll see you back here for our final meeting of the year on December 20th, and let's make it a great meeting. Have a good night. We are now moving on to item 15, adjournment. I'll take a motion to adjourn our meeting tonight.
Mayor, I move that we adjourn tonight's council meeting to Tuesday, December 20th, 2022 at 5 p.m. for closed session with the regular meeting commencing at 6:30 p.m.
I'll second. Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Super. We beat midnight. Good night, everyone.